Guten Tag. Hey, how are we all? Hopefully we're very well, because I am extraordinarily well. Had some uncle time today. Took the wee niece and nephew to the park. We played on the swing and on the slide. It was delightful. It was just what my mental health needed. A little bit of innocent nonsense. Although he was a little bit sick on me. Because, you know, he's one. So, actually, is he even one yet? I'm not sure he is. I don't know. I forget with ages. Anyway, other than that, are we well? I do hope so. Yo, is Margaret Thatcher dead? She is very dead. And, we should get some lols in chat for the fact that she is in a box. Maggie's in a box. Probably a little bit stinky at this point as well, I imagine. Hello from the worst place in Western Europe for LGBT rights. Where's that? Is that here? Is that what you're telling me? Is that the joke? It is! Oh, brilliant. Fucking awesome. Thank you, non-binary. That's super duper pooper scooper. Anyway, we're going to be on with No Justice MTG in just a moment. Apologies that I was not around yesterday. I was doing stuff. You know how it is. You know how it be. Yeah. Yes, use the microphone. Obviously use the microphone and camera. Like, what the fuck do you think I'm going to do, Google Meet? Sit there in fucking silence, you bell piece. Eat my fucking anus from behind. Anyway, yeah, don't forget, everybody, you can hit the follow button. You can subscribe. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subs to the community. You can do bits messages. 200 bitty bits or more gets you a text-to-speech. You can do super chats. $2 or more gets you a text-to-speech. If you're on YouTube, hello YouTube, you can hit the follow button. No, you can't. You can hit the subscribe button. You can hit the thumbs up button. You can become a member for 99 pence. You can give memberships to the community. And you can do super chats, which I will read out. Especially if they're grossly offensive to Italians. Thank you, Carl Brown, for gifting a membership on the YouTubes. I don't know why it didn't play the noise. Have I muted it? I don't think I've muted it. Let's have a look. Hang on. What was it? Subscription? Yeah, play the thing, you twat.
Stop it. Get some help.
Is my thing on the fritz again? No, it's not playing on the thing either, is it? Hang on. A follow?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that one played. Okay.
Victory is ours!
So what the fuck is wrong with...
Stop
there
it.
it is, okay.
Get some help.
There you go, okay. Fuck me. It took some prodding, didn't it? See, why is technology shit? Why did it not play the first time, but then he decided to play afterwards? See, technology is shit, and we need to go live in a cabin in the woods and send bomb... No, I'm only joking. I finally figured out how to watch you on Twitch now. But I'm already here in YouTube, so it'll have to do. Look, if you're here at all, God bless you. I appreciate you. I love you. I love you. Okay? Your eyes, your ears, your knees, fingers, toes and knees and toes. No, it was head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. I appreciate you for giving me all of those body parts. In a very Frankenstein kind of a way, you know. I'll be around to correct them, or even collect them next Tuesday. It took some prodding, didn't it? That's what my proctologist said. It took some digging out with a stick. That's what my proctologist said. He didn't. That's not even a medical procedure, is it, really? Is it hot down in Birmingham, Kev? It's a bit hot, but not massively so. It's not sweltering, if I'm honest. It's like it's nice. It's a bit of sunshine, but not like... It's not oppressively. Oh, straight. Not even in the dark. Straight away. Thank you, Carl Brown. Love the Maggie picture. Who doesn't? Well, probably Thatcher, I imagine. Unless she's wearing an asbestos fucking onesie, she's probably in a bit of trouble, the lass. What can you do? Other than say lol. Because she's dead. She's all dead and that. That is still fucking hilarious, because she is the root cause of basically all of the problems. Cunt! Want to guess how hot it is here in the north of Scotland? I dread to think how hot it is in the north of Scotland. As hot as a clammy ball bag. Whatever the official temperature for that is. 20 degrees C. That's nice. Yeah, that's not a bad day. But the thing is, it's not so much temperature, is it? It's humidity. That's the problem. A nice day with too much humidity is a killer, whereas an absolute scorcher, but it's dry with a bit of wind. Oh, perfect, you know? So temperature is less the issue. Like a mild-ish day with a bit of sun, but it's like, it's moist because it's just been raining or some shit. It feels like you're just in soup. Like your movements become laboured. You can't it's horrible. It's like you're swimming in the air. Grotesque. I don't know how people live in like fucking jungles and shit. Like I suppose they probably don't have much choice in many cases. But like the point being, people who live in those humid climates, fuck that. Fuck that. Give me Britain, an absolute shithole of a place, but nothing can kill you, or very little can kill you, other than the government or the police or whatever. And secondly, the temperature's not going to like very rarely does natural phenomena kill people. Rarely. You know, we're not a tornado place, really. Not massive amounts of earthquakes. You know, that sort of thing. Which, you know, I'm very much on board with. No killer spiders. No, like, fucking leopards that are just going to enter your back garden. You know. Spiders can't kill you. No snakes, really. Not ones that are going to really hurt you. Like, I couldn't be dealing with Australia. Firstly, the people. Don't even get me started. And secondly, like, in Britain, if I see a spider, I just, you know, cup, paper, shuffle it underneath, outside you go. Simples. Whereas in Australia, you think I'm going anywhere fucking near an Australian spider with my limbs? Are you mental? Are you actually, like, deranged? I don't want to go to the shitter in Australia. I've heard of dunny spiders, and they're in every toilet, I guarantee it. What say you, Helena, to killer spiders?
To what, sorry?
Killer spiders. Spiders that can kill you.
I'm not a fan of killer spiders.
Hot take. Hot take. No, I was just talking about Britain and being, like, it's as shit as it is, we don't have wildlife and natural phenomena that are too dangerous. Which is good.
That is true. Like when the worst you can deal with, like an adder, I think we're all good, really.
Pigeon shit. Pigeon might shit on you.
True, true.
A rat the size of a cat might look a bit weird and then run away. That's literally it, really. Whereas in some parts of the world, they've got like a spider that can eat camels. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Actually,
not a fan.
I'll put up with the overcast weather, thanks.
Oh, what's your opinion, Kevin? What's your opinion, Kevin, on the Labour government selling more arms to Israel in the last 3 months of 2024 than the Tories did in the entirety of 2020 to 2023 combined?
I'm not suggesting that we find the camel eating spiders and release them into Downing Street. I'm not suggesting that because that would be a biological terrorism act, and of course that would be bad. I'm just suggesting that we take Downing Street and put it amongst the the spiders instead. In which case, it's just fair game, I reckon. At that point, no, they're fucking evil, aren't they? Who'd have thought it? A member of the Labour Friends of Israel lying about selling weapons to Israel. So
Yep, what a
Gaza
surprise.
genocider, KC.
Almost a war crimer.
Yeah.
And that's what you see Edward Lee in the Commons, literally saying, "I've been a member of Conservative Friends of Israel for 40 years, but when is a genocide not a genocide?"
Yeah, fucking Ed Lee, the man who looks like Grog Blossom as a human. Literally, he is kidney failure, born into a man. And even he's like, yeah, no, actually, Israel, this is bad. Actually, I've noticed there's been a bit of a noticing, hasn't there?
The great noticing. Do you know who else has noticed recently?
No.
Friend of the show, Super Tansky.
Oh yes, no, I have seen this. Yeah. Well, she's been having a right one. She said something nice about Corbynistas today or yesterday. Which I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know what's up with her. What's going on?
Well, she's been radicalised by the fact that the government she voted in is shit.
Well, that is true. That is true. Oh my God, Otto English as well. Did you see Otto English has lost it?
I mean, to be fair, Otto English hated Corbyn, so I have no sympathy.
Oh no. I mean, like he's noticed that Starmer's a prick.
Well, true, he has noticed, yeah, absolutely. It's nice, isn't it, the deafening cacophony?
Yes, yeah. The quiet didn't last very long, did it?
No.
The quiet only lasted as long as you can block out the screams, I think.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, no, it's been one hell of a time, hasn't it? As well as the study that came out that suggested that the UK is the worst in Western Europe on LGBTQ rights, having been literally the top of that list 10 years ago.
Yep, literally, the years and years we were the best in Western Europe, and now we're below Croatia.
Yep. Same as Estonia, which is good. Technically ahead of North Macedonia, which is, yay, well done there. Are we shit? I'm getting the feeling we might be a bit shit.
Imagine it happening under a Labour government as well. It's also depressing.
Well, if we had a Labour government, that would be true, but we don't. They've got the brand, like they own the brand.
Yeah.
But it'd be like if Nike started doing, I don't know, fucking burgers. It technically would still be Nike, but it wouldn't be the same company. You know?
Yeah, it's like buying a Mini Cooper and then you realise it's just a BMW.
Well, that's literally true.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Buy British, except it's made in either China or Germany. And then they put like 2 bits on it here, and they can technically say it's made in Britain.
That's so true.
They do the same with fair trade a lot as well.
Yeah.
Like they'll say, well, not literally. I mean, the fair trade people, the actual organisations are fighting a losing battle, unfortunately. But many of the companies that say like, sourced using ethical labour practices, you'll find they actually were like slave garment workers in Bangladesh or something, and then they went there and then they packaged them as being made in like, you know, an ethical factory in France. It's nonsense. It's complete bollocks. Or they'll just lie. Lots of companies in China that produce stuff, you know, in fucking death net factories will literally just print 100% union made. It's not true. It's not remotely true. But they'll print it, because who's going to stop them?
Yeah, literally, who's going to investigate? Who's going to be bothered to investigate that shit?
Like, they're on the verge of, I don't know, fucking invading Taiwan. I don't think, you know, the transparency in advertising people are really going to fucking get to them, to be honest. I don't think Winnie the Pooh is really that bothered about it. I don't think he's shitting himself over the false advertisement legislation being enforced. Anyway. Oh, God. So, I mean, how have you been, other than all of the above shite?
Just had a lovely stir fry. It was very nice.
Hello?
That's how I think about everything, just entirely through the lens of food.
I missed that completely. Sorry, my headphones, I think, are on the fritz or something. I don't
Okay.
know.
No, I said I had a very nice stir fry.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't miss that then.
Yeah,
That's
so I did.
vital information.
No, yes, basically I live my entire life through food.
Well, technically, that's true of all people. We convert the sugars in food into energy in order to literally live. So, I
Yeah.
mean, you know, in a very literal sense, it's the same with all of us. Yeah. Oh God, did you? Oh my, did you see Keir Starmer in Albania as well?
I did talk about his deportation hubs. What are they called? Migrant hubs?
Yeah,
Return
migrant
hubs?
hubs, return hubs, yeah. Which is basically Rwanda 2 Electric Boogaloo, except he went to Albania to announce it, and the Albanians went, whoa, 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 we've nothing to do with this. What? We're not in these talks, what are you talking about? And I especially love that, because this is not an altered image, I swear to God. I didn't realise that either the president of Albania is fucking massive, or Keir Starmer's actually a manlet.
Well, did you not see when they had to change the Christmas card to make Keir Starmer look taller because of his wife?
Well, that did happen, yes, but I'm sort of wondering as to whether it's just him being a bit, I don't know, a bit precious about it, or whether it's, you know, it's actually the fact that he's a manlet. I don't know, but either way, that is quite a big difference.
I do think that to me it looks like the president of Albania is just huge.
It probably is. Keir Starmer does look in proportion to the rest of the people in the picture.
Yeah.
But it's just funny that, like, he could wipe his nose on the bottom of his shoulder. Like, he could literally face pit him if he wanted to. And that amuses me.
He's like 6'8" apparently, that president.
Yeah, wow, that is tall.
Imagine if he was standing next to Rishi Sunak.
Oh, that's definitely why he sent David Cameron there, wasn't it? That's definitely why David Cameron had to come back from Albania for the election thing. Because Rishi Sunak was like, oh, there's no fucking way he's 3 feet taller than me. No.
Actually, I just realised the line with the tweet from Johnny Mao is very funny.
What's that? Keir Starmer admitted he couldn't see eye to eye on many issues due to tax meeting. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So anyway, Rupert Lowe.
It's worth pointing out that when they say return hubs, this is for failed asylum seekers, whereas the Rwanda plan was anyone who arrived via regular means, regardless of their asylum status. This is specifically for people who are not legitimate asylum seekers, but we can't return to their country of origin or whatever reason. So it's not like it's the point of inflection here. The crux of the point is, what are these hubs going to be like? They call them hubs to make it sound like it's they're going to a hub, a conference hub or whatever it is. When and in reality it ends up being a concentration camp, right? Yeah. That's where the rubber's going to be. Indeed.
I wonder if they're going to paint over any, Winnie the Pooh murals or some such thing. Who knows? Yeah. It's so baffling. Morgan McSweeney and the fucking super brain geniuses, the strategic big brains. Who do they want to vote for them? Honestly, who do they think this is going to win over? Because they're still calling him fucking all this, that, and the other. Like one of the jokes that was going around, he was very rude to Liz Saville Roberts, the Plaid Cymru MP at PMQs yesterday.
The leader in Westminster, right?
Did you see that? Hang on. Yes, yeah. And someone, some wag on Twitter went, well, at least he's publicly condemning someone called Saville for once. Which, like, I don't think you're winning them over, lad. I think they've got their narrative about you, and that's not going to change. So I don't know whose votes you think you're winning here. But either way, a lot of the polling have them down in double digits for MPs at the next election. And the Tories, I haven't seen the Tories poll above 3 digits for ages now. In all of the polling, even the reasonably favourable polling, has them at best in the 80s that I've seen.
I mean, there's only been one poll, actually only one pollster, broadly, since April, who's had them, but like above 20%, which is more in common.
Yeah.
Everyone else has them below 20%. Even more in common has them at just 20% now.
Oof. I mean, they're fucked. They are whole below the waterline. They really are.
As a Find Out Now poll, Jesus Christ, from today, or from yesterday even, which is Labour 21, Reform 33.
Oh, fuck me. They're in genuine fucking majority territory then.
Well, that's not even majority territory. A 12-point win, that's a bigger win than Starmer got the last election. That's like landslide territory on the first past the post.
Yes and no, because again, you've got to bear in mind there are large portions of the country where they're not going to have that focused. So, like, the major parties will not pick up many seats. Like, there are some seats where they don't even bother doing anything. They'll finish fifth, and they don't care. Whereas Reform will still pick up lots of votes in those areas, and so it'll. I think they'll need to get above 30% to get a majority, if that makes sense.
You're probably right.
Because they're just not spreading it around. They're spreading it around too thinly because they're not focused and they don't have a national party structure. So converting that 30% into the kinds of majorities we've seen in recent times with vote shares much lower than that, I don't think is on the cards right now for Reform.
Yeah, you're probably right. And there'll probably be a lot of tactical voting as well from people who oppose them. So
yeah,
it will be seat by seat, and the numbers won't necessarily reflect the seats given out. But then the third place is the Tories on 16%. Reform.
They might not genuinely. They might not even. I mean, they're almost certain not to finish third at this point.
Yeah, I think they will be finishing fourth behind the Liberal Democrats, who are on 14%. But almost, they're almost
it's not impossible.
The Tories.
It's not impossible that the SNP finish above them in terms of number of seats.
I think that's perfectly reasonable.
That's genuinely possible.
I don't think that it is. I don't think it's beyond the real possibility they might finish below Plaid Cymru.
Oh, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
I mean, literally. I mean, some of the projections show them on fewer than 10.
Well,
and that's including
honestly,
like the border constituencies in Scotland.
Honestly, well done, lads. Kemi especially, really excellent work. You took a wounded animal and you smothered it. Thank you. You put it out of its misery. You took the most successful electoral force ever, basically, and you killed it. You killed it stone dead. Good.
Yep.
You deserve it. You gave us Margaret Thatcher, who destroyed the country and other parts of the world. And just as she is burning in hell, you will also when your day of reckoning comes, but your party will get there before you do.
It's true, it's true. Like, this poll has the Tories on less than half the vote share as Reform UK.
Oh, that's beautiful. You know what? Reform aren't actually going to be that much worse than the Tories are planning to be. No, I'm not saying, I'm not doing the, don't worry about it, guys, it'll be fine. It'll be shit, obviously. Nigel Farage as Prime Minister is a fucking nightmare. But so is Kemi Badenoch. It's irrelevant, or whoever actually fights that election, because it's not going to be her. They're going to be fucking atrocious, obviously. It's either Cleverly or Farage. It's going to be awful. But they're not going to be that much worse, so I'd rather just have the Tories destroyed. That's okay, something. That's something.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I really don't think the Reform... I mean, they're just the same party now, but one is the insurgent and one is the failing kind of dynasty, you know?
Yeah.
Wow, this is crazy. So, first of all, there's one thing. Stats, according to More in Common, more people would now, in May 2025, would prefer to go back to having Sunak's Tories than Starmer's Labour in a 36% to 31% victory on that poll. And that poll that we just saw there, that I just mentioned there from Find Out Now, the Stats for Lefties has done a projection on this one. It's not quite Plaid Cymru in front, but what it does have is Reform winning on 390 seats.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
The Lib Dems in second on 80 seats.
Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, Ed Davey. Oh,
yep.
no.
Yep, Labour third on 72.
Oh.
Not that far ahead of the SNP on 46.
Where are the Tories in this? Are they? How many seats did they get?
18.
You can take a mini bunch of cunts. Oh yeah, you know what? And I'll pay for it just so we can get the picture of you all stuffed in there like a fucking clown car of scum. Brilliant. Let's fucking go.
And it has the Greens on 6 and Plaid Cymru on 6. So
Okay, well that's, fair enough, I guess. Fuck, mate. Look, 390 Reform MPs, shut it down, lads. We sink beneath the waves in the morning. But, like, just to see the Tories wiped out. Because they're the party of, like, ingrained, like, born to rule self-obsession, right? They think they're absolutely guaranteed it. They're owed power. So to see that smashed on the rocks of modernity is a beautiful thing.
Literally, it's almost worth having the Reform government just to see the Conservative
Like I say,
Party pulverised out of existence.
If we have to have one or the other, it's not going to be much worse under the Reform Party. So, fuck it. I want to see Jacob Rees-Mogg cry. If I would die a happy man if I get to see Jacob Rees-Mogg literally in tears.
Same.
That would be beautiful.
Would be beautiful.
Yeah.
Speaking of Reform UK,
yeah,
the Conservative Party.
Well,
Rupert Lowe.
Rupert Lowe, yeah. So, what the fuck's going on with that guy? He got visited by the fucking police, and they had that. Why does he have this many guns for a start off?
Also, Chloe pointing out in chat that not worse than Reform, bye-bye Human Rights Act, bye-bye European Convention on Human Rights. Like, it'll be Jenrick. Jenrick would be the leader at that point, and he would also do the same. He'd also do both of those things.
Yeah, don't fool yourself. The Tory party aren't your nice, friendly One Nation party anymore. That doesn't exist. Post-Brexit, post-Johnson, they are the English Nationalist Party.
Yeah.
Very simple. They want to get rid of the ECHR. They want to roll back on fucking any number of LGBT rights. Fuck me, they want to get rid of maternity leave. How are reform fundamentally worse? Like, genuinely, no offence to whoever that person was, but can you give me 3 policies that you think reform would impose that the Tories wouldn't, that would make the country much worse?
I mean, what they probably would. I think the one thing that probably would do is what the Economist article said they would do, which is immediately get into government and then crash the pound. Which I think is quite funny.
Well, that's possible, but I mean, fucking Liz Truss already did that, so can we trust the Tories not to do that?
True. Oh dear.
And I mean, look, who enjoys anal sex more, Liz Truss or not Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage? I don't know. His silence on the matter speaks volumes. Oh, God. Yeah, good luck making a fucking segment out of this. Okay. So, so what the fuck is going on with Rupert Lowe anyway? I've been mainly focused on the centrist melting down.
There's so he's been cleared by the Met over the charges of abuse of Zia Yusuf, the chair of Reform UK. And I believe that there's been a dropping of the investigation into him abusing co-workers as well, right? It was these 2 women they were supposed to be co-workers with. They were supposed to have abused, right?
Right.
And also, you're right. What the fuck's up with all his guns?
Well, I don't know, but this was only from 3 hours ago, right? And it's literally him. It's not like, a fake account or whatever. As a result of the false allegations that I made a threat against the Reform chairman, on the 14th of March, so this was before it was dropped, I suppose. So I suppose he can only just reveal this now? Really?
Yeah.
Armed police arrived at my house unannounced. 3 vehicles and 4 armed officers. The previous day I had arranged with the police to voluntarily give up my guns. So as you can imagine, to have armed police suddenly arrive on my doorstep late at night was a deeply stressful situation. I am a farmer. Farmers have guns, all entirely legally. There is nothing unusual about that. Time out, Holmes Lies. Considering the propensity with which members of Parliament, and especially Reform members of Parliament, engage in violent and often sexual crime, should we allow MPs to have guns? Like,
it's a very reasonable question.
Because people who are judged unsafe are denied a gun licence. And if you're an MP, you're a fucking mental case. So, yeah, you should have your gun licence removed from you. Why do you want a gun?
They clearly are a high-risk group, right?
Yeah.
They try and have a go at asylum seekers for being, high propensity for crime. MPs must have the fucking highest propensity of crime of any demographic in the fucking country.
Well, exactly, yeah. Look at the number. I mean, another fucking rapist from the Tory backbenches this week. We shouldn't
Oh,
allow
yeah.
these people access to weapons. They're clearly dangerous. I'm just saying. It doesn't matter how nicely you force them to lock their guns up at night. They're still allowed to open it and use them. And that is too much. Officers stayed until 23:38, which is a mental way of telling the time. They confiscated my guns and left. I have a large collection, so it took some time. A wheelbarrow was required. Which doesn't seem like the safest way of transporting potentially deadly weaponry, but what do I know?
A wheelbarrow.
Well, what do I know?
Mate.
Yeah, just a wheel. Yeah, we just got a wheelbarrow of guns. It's an odd. It's an odd way of numbering.
It's hot fuzz.
As a unit of
It's literally
measurement, the
hot
wheelbarrow is not what I think of when I think of guns. But
Yeah.
whatever.
Do you have a license for that one? Does for this one. He does for this one.
I, of course, fully cooperated. Poorly done there. And now the investigation has been dropped. I look forward to having my guns promptly returned. I do not blame the officers involved. I blame reform. Their disgusting weaponisation of the criminal justice system had very real consequences for me and my family. What, you had to not have guns? Is that big a
Guns
deal?
disappeared for a bit.
Yeah. So when people tell me to move on, the answer is no. Try having armed police arrive at your house unannounced late on a Friday evening. It is not a pleasant experience. The evil behaviour from the reform leadership must be called out. Alright, fuck me, you fucking drama queen.
I mean, it is true. Someone pointed out in my chat that the interview that he had on the news agent is very, very funny. And he goes in so fucking hard on Farage.
Yeah.
I think you have the clip bookmarked.
I don't think I do, no. If you got it for me. I'm sorry this was stressful, but I kind of love that you have so many guns they needed a wheelbarrow. And he tweeted back a picture of a fucking wheelbarrow. This man makes laws we have to live by. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's so mental. Oh, yeah, and someone literally did the fucking the thing from Hot Fuzz. He does for this one.
He does for this
Oh,
one.
amazing. Love it. You what, sorry?
Literally. Sorry, I've just realised they literally had the thing. I don't see looking at the screen. There was on Newsnight, not
Okay,
there we go.
Righto. Vicky D, let's go.
Him as a coward and viper yesterday. That sounds.
I think he is. I don't think he's fit to be leader. I don't think he is a leader.
He's got that really annoying posh boy voice. They're fit to be a leader. You know. Very annoying.
I think he's ultimately a very good, what I would call ballroom entertainer. You know, he stands up and he entertains, and he's extremely good at that.
You said in your statement yesterday, for the good of our country, Nigel Farage must never be Prime Minister.
That is my opinion.
For the good of our country?
What the fuck, mate? You stood on his ticket at the election that happened less than a year ago. Hello? Oh, for God's sake. No. Hello. Hello. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Hello, Helena. Are you there? Because I can't fucking hear you. Chat. Chat, make it work.
I think the way he's behaved towards me, if you gave
See, I can
him-
hear that. So it's not the headphones that are the problem. I can't hear her. Hang on. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
I can now hear you, yes.
Brilliant. Yes.
Fucking hell, I hate the
Yeah.
world.
Before we had the tech issues there, I was saying Rupert will probably change his opinion because of the stuff that's happened over the last couple of months, right?
Probably, but like... I mean, yeah, I guess so, but it's just interpersonal drama, isn't it?
I mean, someone trying to get you arrested probably goes above interpersonal drama. It's like that bit in Peep Show where Superhands busts through the door and goes, "Jeremy, did you try and get me sectioned?"
Because if you did, I'll try and get you sectioned.
Sectioned.
Yeah.
If you say, "I'll fucking section you," so help me, guys.
I don't think he's fit to be leader. I don't think he is a leader. I think he's ultimately a very good, what I would call ballroom entertainer. You know, he stands up and he entertains, and he's extremely good at that.
You said in
And-
your
and
statement
he
yesterday,
speaks-
for the good of our country, Nigel Farage must never be Prime Minister.
That is my opinion.
For the good of our country?
I think the way he has behaved towards me, if you gave him the power of the British...
I just wanted him to be horrible to migrants, and he was horrible to me, a white man.
I mean, it does basically show you the level to which these people believe that this kind of behaviour is warranted against the out-group but not the in-group, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just... I just wanted him to be horrible to the people I don't like, and not the people that I do like. And I like
Literally.
me more than anybody.
Yeah, true.
British state behind him. He has demonstrated that he is not fit to be wielding that power, and I don't think he should be Prime Minister. That is my opinion. And I'm perfectly entitled to my own opinion, and I'm sorry, but that's my view. I would have helped...
Well, why is it the right-wing obsession with, I'm entitled to my opinion? No one's ever said you're not entitled to your opinion. It's just your opinion, mostly, is shite.
They're so used to people telling them that their opinions suck that the only defense that they've got is to blather on about their right to hold it in the first place, which, as you correctly pointed out, literally nobody is trying to undermine. We just think think it's shit, and so we tell you.
Although on this occasion, I do agree that Nigel Farage is not fit to be Prime Minister. But you
That's
do
true,
you
that's
do
true.
have to justify that not just with I believe that to be true, because
Yeah.
loads of people believe all kinds of dumb shit, believing that the Earth is flat. You're entitled to believe it, but you're a dickhead if you do. Just saying.
Nigel become Prime Minister. But I don't want to be next to Nigel, as I said in my interview in the Mail, if we haven't got a plan, policy, a structure, a shadow cabinet, and we're going to deliver for the people. Because I don't want to raise people's hopes for change and then dash them like Boris did.
You have described in this interview reform as a cult a number of times. They would say, don't be ridiculous. People are democratically electing us.
Don't be ridiculous. We all love the leader. We are not a cult. Because the leader told us we are not a cult and we believe in the leader.
And we turned up to the picnic wearing the J.K. Rowling masks.
Exactly. Not a cult.
Not a cult in the slightest. What do you find quite
Isn't that-
interesting? What do you find quite interesting? He says, "Oh well, we need to have a proper front bench and we need to have a proper shadow cabinet." I'm like, "Got fucking 4 MPs."
Yeah, what the fuck
5
are you
MPs now.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Do you know how many fucking government departments there are? You'd have to take like 4 apiece. Like,
That's what is going to be interesting, though, is if they do become the next government, if they do have this massive kind of victory at the next election, which is imminently possible given the
Yeah.
current polling. Like, they're going to have to scrape together cabinet positions from a bunch of people they don't even know who they're going to elect. It's going to be a fucking weird situation.
It is, and obviously people who have no experience of any of it. Not just not being in position, because obviously there's a point at which nobody has any experience and they have to get experience, right? But none of them have any vague clue of how government departments run at all. That's why you have like junior ministers who hopefully become proper ministers at some point, or personal private secretaries who become ministers or whatever. There's a kind of ladder that you climb. You learn certain skills. Now that's not always good because you get inculcated with Westminster brain rot, but it means you do know actually how to do things. Whereas Reform are just going to have these like mad cunts who want to bring back public hanging, that or all of a sudden are going to have to run the fucking department for, I don't know, transport or something. Like, it's just going to be fucking mental. Like, I don't know what they're going to do.
Transport secretary is going to do, right? This transport secretary is going to be, we are defunding all of the buses and we are going to get rid of the concept of fuel duty, and then the whole system's going to collapse in a day.
Yeah. Nothing is allowed on roads except cars. Cars are the only vehicle allowed now.
Like, I know all the people who are, rightfully aggrieved with the Labour government, right? When it comes to the next election, they were like, "Oh God, we have this petition. We have to have a new election because we have to deal with these people for 5 years." And I'm like, Imagine having to deal with the fucking crackpots getting elected to Reform UK for 5 years, right? When the British state just stops functioning because they don't know what they're doing. But then it's like, well, yep, stuck with these people for the next 5 years.
There's only 5 of them, and one of them called for the deportation of another MP this week.
Yes,
Which,
he
by the way,
did.
I didn't realise it was only bad to call for violence against members of Parliament if Irish rap groups are the ones doing it. Apparently, when it's Jeremy Corbyn, you can just call for him to be deported in the House of Commons, and that's fine. Because it's not like the Speaker of the House of Commons is literally the son of the founder of the Friends of Israel. Oh, no, that is the case. Oh.
I mean, to be fair though, I would also, I would very happily deport Hitler. So
Deport Hitler?
yeah,
But he's not a member of the House of Lords or Commons, is he? I
yeah,
don't
he
even...
is.
Is he?
He's a member for Islington North.
Oh, sorry. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, well, anyway, okay, you got me. With my own joke. I got hoisted by my own petard on that one. Oh.
And that you did.
That's what they did a few Thursdays ago in mayoral elections, local elections, and that by-election in Runcorn.
True, but as someone in my chat points out, how many of their elected councillors have already resigned?
You see another one resigned
Fucking
today.
loads. Yeah.
The one resigned today.
Loads of them had to resign because they didn't realise they couldn't be a councillor and still work for the council.
Literally, like, yeah, if I type in how many and then the letter R, the second predicted result on Google is how many Reform councillors have resigned.
Fuck yes. Did you see that Malta, the ex-boxer guy, is he silver-winning boxer or whatever, who became mayor of, not Newcastle. Hull. Yeah, Kingston upon Hull. Yeah, he was walking around his office, and I thought, this is a man who, like, has been elevated so far beyond his abilities. Really, I mean, I'm not even being rude just because, like, he's a sportsman or a working class kid or whatever. He just doesn't, like, he looks like he's scared by the concept of reading. Do you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't know what he's doing, the lad.
Yeah, literally.
But, you know, that's one... The good thing about the mayors not having that much power is that some of them are shit, and it means they can't do that much damage. But unfortunately, it means that the good ones can't do much good either. So it's a bit of, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I don't think people had a practical alternative but to vote for reform in those elections.
So they're democratically elected.
If you wanted change, you had to vote for reform. But what I think has to happen is we have to find an alternative for people to vote for something different.
Yes, you do need the People's Front of Judea. Absolutely. not the Judean People's Front. Farage, you fucking splitter!
Unless you find a guy who resigned today, updated 2 hours ago, 15th of May, 4 o'clock. A new Staffordshire County Councillor has stepped down just 2 weeks after being elected.
Nice. Does it say what for?
He attracted criticism for a post on Facebook account in March that called on the Navy to intercept small boats attempting to reach Britain and use a volley of gunfire aimed at sinking them.
There you go. Lovely, lovely. Still got elected, though.
Yeah.
So I'm glad. Thank you to the people of Staffordshire for being cunts. Thank you.
Apart from my chatters who live in Staffordshire, they're very nice.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying every single person in Staffordshire. Just, you know, unfortunately the majority, or well, the plurality, whatever.
Professional that will deliver for the British people and that will deliver the change that this country needs if it's to reform itself.
We need to keep a tally of Reform councillors that have resigned because I just need to do a whole expo. I need to do like a whole thing about all of them.
Indeed, indeed. But thankfully, hang on, I definitely did bookmark this. Where is it? Somewhat, they've set up a different fucking account or a different party somewhere. They definitely did. So I don't know why it's disappeared. But there's Ben Habib has set up a new party. I don't know if you
Let me
saw
have a
that.
look.
Ben Habib. It's called something like Alternative or some dumb shit. I can't remember. Where is I? Where is it? I can't find it now. That's very annoying. It's called something like the Alternative Party or some
Ben Habib Party. Let's have a look. Can't find it at all. Someone give me the link in chat.
Maybe it wasn't Ben Habib then.
The Integrity Party.
Integrity Party. There we go. I'm sure it was Ben Habib, wasn't it?
Yeah, in 2025, Habib announced that he'd assumed the leadership of a British political party called the Integrity Party, positioned as politically to the right of Reform UK, if such a thing was possible. The party was created by Christian Ross and Richard Shaw in 2024, with Habib taking over as leader in 2025 in April. So that's a while back.
About the Integrity Party, get to know us. Integrity Party is... Hang on, I'll share with you.
Thank you, non-binary. Andrew Hamilton-Gray won a seat in Loughborough Council for Reform, with almost 40% of the vote. It has now emerged that a police misconduct hearing in January 2024 found he had called in sick to travel to Spain when he should have been working as a police constable. The misconduct hearing found that that was one of 2 occasions when he reported sick to pursue his outside business interests.
I mean, to be fair, as if all police officers want to not be in Britain and fuck off elsewhere, they're doing less damage here.
True.
They can't rape and kill people when they're here, when they're in Spain, you know? That's Also, very look true. At this amazing AI slop.
Literally, it's the Brav Party all over again.
Look at it. It's... What the fuck animals are these? Are those massive swans? Those swans are as big as the sheep. Just fucking massive swan. What the fuck is this London Red Bus doing in the Highveld in South Africa, apparently? What the fuck is this fucking... There's nowhere in Britain that looks like this. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, I can't. I'm trying to think of all the random misspellings in the Brav Party manifesto that Andrew Tate released.
Yeah.
Because there were some incredibly funny ones.
Amazing shit. Also, why is there just a random Union Jack, like embedded in the far side of the riverbank, on the left of the screen there?
Just discarded.
Yeah. Is that maybe some sort of poetic metaphor for Britain being on the brink or something? I don't know. Or this is AI slop and is indicative of the, let's say, sloppy way in which Ben Habib has followed politics over the last, forever.
Hopefully, if they've got more AI work we can laugh at.
Possibly. Let's look at their manifesto. Empowering communities. That's literally it. You don't even have to really scroll down. That's it.
The pro was on the could you scroll down on the previous page at all?
I think so, just about, yeah. There's just the empowering
communities.
Yeah. Okay. Get involved. I can't see any more slop. Parliamentary constituencies.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh, hang on. So I was reading that parliamentary constituencies 2024, and I was like 543. That's English constituencies where we plan to field candidates. So nothing then. Nothing. Let's have a look. Hang on. Let's have a look at their Twitter. There's got to be some AI slop on this. Sure. That's just Wix. What?
It's not sharing, by the way.
We are Wix. Yeah. Well, I mean, I hadn't switched it over yet. But if you click on their Wikipedia, it goes to the Wix Wikipedia. Which, I mean, okay. That's interesting. Okay, let's put Integrity Party and see if they've got an actual Twitter account. The Integrity Party. Fucking hell, they are. I mean, they've got their shit together, these people. It doesn't appear they have one. Oh, no, there we go. There we go. The Integrity Party. Integrity_poll.
Oh, when they said Wix, I thought you meant Wix as in, like, the homeware shop.
Oh, no, WIX.
Oh, which is the site that they've used to make the website.
Yes.
Where they've just not bothered changing the hyperlink and have just done what the default thing was.
Yeah, so they're really... they're amazing shit. What's this? Nigel Farage will not deport all illegals. He thinks it's politically impossible. Not only is it possible, it is essential. Rupert Lowe, Ben Habib. Just give me AI slop. Pete Hegseth. Here we go. Hello, lad. Happy St. George's Day as well. Fucking hell.
The Winston Marshall show. Fucking hell. They're sharing the Miriam Cates conspiracy theories about kids being told about choking. If you got a couple of tweets, there we go.
Fury over school issued advice that tells 14-year-old boys how to safely choke their girlfriends during sex. What?
I'm sure that's definitely 100% true and not indeed something completely made up.
No, yeah, absolutely, I'm sure. Press release. The Trump admin will demand Keir Starmer revoke hate speech laws. Oh, so hang on. So it's good. It's good that we have a foreign country imposing legislation, or indeed not legislation, upon us. You're the nationalists, are you?
I mean, of course, that would be the natural thing to assume, right?
Yeah.
But by nationalists, what they actually mean is they want us to become a vassal state of the United States.
Well, we already are, so I really don't know what they're worrying about. Oh, Jesus, okay.
A minute.
Bold font was a bit much.
Another Reform UK council apparently had to step down because they had a deleted image which suggested Adolf Hitler would be a legend had he targeted people following Islam, or were acceptable to the party. A Reform UK spokesperson said the party would not be commenting on questions submitted. Oh, wow.
Only the best candidates. The most thorough vetting process of any major party. Obviously. No, it's wank. I don't know who these fucking inbred gimps are. Yeah, anyway, so that's that, I guess. Anyway. So, the Integrity Party. Join today. Because they'll be gone tomorrow.
Well, welcome in Raiderinos. Thank you very much for raiding SK the Crusader. Welcome. We're watching Question Time in 5 minutes. You just come to the right place. You're through to the No Justice MTG stream. I talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, please consider dropping a follow. If you can also subscribe on YouTube for free at No Justice MTG. And I'm currently here with Kevin Logan, the Milo Yiannopoulos destroyer himself.
Single-handed. Oi, oi.
Single-handedly destroy the career of Milo Yiannopoulos. You can also follow at KFLogan1875 on Twitch, or not KFLogan1875 over on the Twitters.
Indeed. Also, we do have a picture there of Rishi Sunak meeting the Albanian Prime Minister, and that is not that is not an affected picture. That is just true. No.
My favourite one was there was just a random picture for some reason where Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was just standing giving a speech in front of this massive Albanian flag that made her look like a fucking hosierist.
Right, okay.
Let me find it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
It was very strange. Yeah, literally. This looked like she was giving a speech for the People's Republic of Albania.
Did the flag not change? Was the communist flag just that flag?
I think it was, wasn't it?
I have no idea. I can't remember. Because that doesn't. It looks like the least communisty flag. Really. Well, I suppose it's red, but like.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, People's Socialist Republic of Albania had the same flag, but with a star on it, I think.
Ah, see, there you go. So you gotta have a star, or a hammer, or a sickle, or like a crescent, or something. You gotta have some. You gotta have some commuris, you know.
Commuris.
Yes. If you follow Kev, he will fist Norman Lamont. That is a deep cut of Julian Clary law from 1986 or whatever, yeah. Brilliant. God. Imagine trying to explain that story to an American or some shit. Wild. Oh, shit, hang on. 1 second.
You alright there?
I am fine. My fucking headphone jack is being mental and shit at the minute, so I probably need to get a new headphone extension thing. Which is very annoying.
By the way, YouTube viewers, I'm just popping the link for Question Time into the YouTube chat for watching on Twitch, because we are not allowed to watch Question Time on the YouTubes, otherwise we might get copyright cucked. So if you want to come watch Question Time with us, please come and click the Twitch link in the YouTube chat. So ensure that you can continue watching. That would be great if you could.
Yeah. Well, I'll still be on YouTube, so you can come over to me if you wanted to. Foreign states will be allowed to own up to 15% of British newspapers and magazines under new laws. Why? What?
They lobbied. There was a lobbying thing, apparently.
Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy said the changes would protect media plurality while helping cash-strapped publishers raise funds. Well, I'm glad newspapers are dying then. Fuck them.
Yeah, literally having to rely on the generosity of Emirati billionaires to keep themselves afloat just shows you how much of a profitable and commercially viable medium they are.
100% indeed. Look, if you want to 15% own me in either if you're foreign or domestic, you can do so by doing subs, super chats, bits messages, memberships. These are all things that you have available to you if you want to take a controlling stake in KevKev Industries.
Buy some KevCoin.
Indeed, buy KevCoin. It's not a pump and dump scheme, honest.
No, that's what you're doing to Norman Lamont.
Literally. Oh, it's the eyebrows that do it for me. Is he still alive, Lamont?
I don't know.
I think I'd remember him
hope not.
dying. Well, you know, I hope not, but I suspect so. Unfortunately. Yeah. What's this?
Oh, sorry. InfoSuge wants you to regale your Milo Yiannopoulos story.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's a bit long-winded and silly, but basically, okay. You may have seen the Milo Yiannopoulos clips of him saying that basically pedophilia is okay and that we should encourage Catholic priests to rape children. Those are things that he basically said aloud in front of cameras when he knew he was being recorded on shows and broadcasts and all the rest of it. These had been around for a long time, but no one had really made that much of them. And I made a video called something like "Why Do You Defend Pedophilia, Milo?" or something on YouTube back in the day when I used to do pre-prepared YouTube bits. That video got played to Milo Yiannopoulos on a show called The Drunken Peasants Show, in which he said even more heinous things. That got picked up by a group called the Reagan Battalion. Now, as the name would suggest, the Reagan Battalion are right-wing scum, but they're right-wing scum that hated him, and they used clips from that in a video package that got him deplatformed from CPAC and ultimately ruined his fucking career and life.
And Breitbart as well. They were ones who really went in on him as well, weren't they?
They were indeed, yeah. And it was really what the only annoying thing for me was, in those clips that they put up on the screen, my big stupid face is there because they were playing the video, and there's just a picture of me that I used as like a placeholder for when I was speaking on the thing. So this video was viewed like 50 million gazillion fucking times, right? And my face was in it, but my name never gets mentioned anywhere, so I got zero clout. Like literally nothing, not a fucking crumb of clout, even though my face was viewed 1 billion times. But it did destroy his career, and so I can take a very small crumb, a very, little hand in bringing down Milo Yiannopoulos. But the really annoying thing was, it shouldn't have taken a dickhead in his bedroom, in his pants, editing that video and putting it up on YouTube, because journalists had access to these clips for years and allowed him to just continue. When he was literally saying it's a good thing that Catholic priests are raping boys because it helps young gay men gain their gay wings. Like, he's
very,
an
very
evil human being. And that he became the darling of conservatism. Was allowed to go on these campus tours where he tried to get foreign students deported and stuff, you know.
literally he would like find trans people at like the universities they were going to and then publicly ridicule them in front of everybody there.
Yeah, like he's fucking scum. Really, an
Monster,
awful,
genuine monster, honest to God monster.
demonic, satanic freak. And now, of course, he's doing the pretending not to be gay thing. He's now not gay, but still living with his husband, who he's not having sex with. Honest. Cool.
Anyway, shall we watch some question time?
I suppose we could do that.
Cool. I'm going to pop the Twitch link in the YouTube chat again. Everyone jump over because we will be closing the YouTube stream very, very shortly. Very, very shortly. So please come to Twitch so that we can watch the question times without the copyright cucks.
Indeed. Indeed so. Just scrolling to see where the fucking thing starts. Hopefully it starts soon. Hello?
Everything okay?
Yeah, it should be on in a second. Hang on. There we go. Right. Right.
Right, ending the YouTube stream now. I'll see you over on Twitch, everybody. Goodbye.
Are we good to go?
Yes.
Awesome.
For tonight's question time, we've come to the Hampshire town of Aldershot, long known as the home of the British Army.
Stop it.
Our audience this week,
Get some help.
as always, reflects a wide range of political views and voting record across the nation. Welcome to Question Time from Aldershot on the BBC News Channel, iPlayer and Sounds.
And yes, to the Americans, Aldershot is the name of a real place. And I know it sounds made up and stupid, but then again, you have places called, like, you know, what's the one in New York?
well, at least we have-
Schenectady or something?
Well, at least we have real names that we made ourselves rather than just one stolen.
Oh yeah, let's
right?
take the town. Let's take the county town of Yorkshire and just add new on it.
Yeah. So we have Corinth and Sparta and Athens.
Boston. At least with Memphis, they got a bit creative. Like,
Yeah.
it's old school, you know, Egyptian, and it's not as if that place still exists. So you know, whatever.
True. Speaking of, you know, someone mentioned Birmingham, Alabama in chat. Did you see the thingamajiggy? What's the guy? The gay comedian, Joe Lycett.
Joe Lycett, yes.
He's doing a video series where he goes to try and unite to create a NATO replacement by uniting all of the towns of
Birmingham's,
Alabama
yes.
in the world.
Yeah.
You know, about all the Birminghams.
Yes, indeed. He's a very funny chap, indeed.
He is.
Birmingham,
He's actually very right wing, and I loved it.
he loves it, yes. Birmingham, Alabama and Birmingham, UK, they've both had stories where they have both, through clerical fuck-ups, both got the wrong Birmingham in pieces of art that they've added of, like, the city skyline for, like, a local council newsletter or something like that. They've both wasted tens of thousands of pounds and dollars, respectively, fucking it up and choosing the wrong Birmingham image.
Do they choose each other specifically?
Yeah, specifically, because presumably an intern, when Birmingham skyline chose the first image, didn't really even look at it, put it on there, and then they print out 20,000 leaflets and completely bollocks it up.
Just do swapsies.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, ultimately, I wouldn't give a fuck. Because let's be honest, who's even looking at it? Most of it's going to go straight in the bin. Just send it out anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I give a fuck if Birmingham, Alabama's in the background. I still don't care about your stupid fucking, I don't know, pretending to provide services when we're broke fucking leaflet. Pricks.
Yeah, just tell me when you're getting rid of the cat-sized rats, please.
They're here forever now. The cat-sized rats are the only thing Birmingham has now. It's our only produce.
It's how extra council tax payers. It's how they're going to afford the equal pay disputes.
I'm joining.
Like a baby otter.
I'm joining the cat-sized rats party.
Yeah.
The Green Party just aren't making the cut through here in Birmingham. That the cat-sized rat parties are able to really connect with the electorate. You know. What's that? Kev coin, not a pump,
like a
and
baby otter.
See, don't use AI for stuff. If you want to draw me as a fat prick on a coin, draw it. Don't use AI. It's bad. Anyway, before we get going, hello, welcome in everybody from the Raiderino. Much love. You can hit the follow
like
button.
a baby otter.
You can. Hello. Thank you to James Holmes, or just Holmes, for gifting 10 memberships as well. And Electrobubble for resubscribing with Prime. No, just subscribing. It wasn't a resubscription. It's a new subscription.
Oiled like a baby
You
otter.
cheeky minx.
Brand new Prime. I also have a couple of Primes as well. Thank you, Jupiter98 for the Prime, Harry for re-upping the Prime, and Jack Miller for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Honestly, the Jack Miller, he's the level I want to get on,
Oiled
right?
like a baby otter.
The level of fucking energy he brings to the table, he's at it non-stop. Constant
You know,
constant
engagement. Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say
We stand.
propaganda, but I don't think that's fair. It's constant, like, just badassery, you know?
Absolutely.
Oil
We
like a
absolutely
baby otter.
stand.
On the panel from the government is Peter Kyle, Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology.
Oh,
He's the
wanker.
MP for Hove and
Awesome.
Portslade and has been in Parliament for 10 years, almost to the day. The Conservatives' Nigel Huddleston arrived in Parliament in the same election.
That is a used car salesman if ever I've seen one.
I know, right?
He looks so just not trustworthy. Like,
100%.
you don't hear the word spiv very often anymore. Mainly because it sounds like a ethnic slur. It's not.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. A lot of Americans are like, what was the last noise at the end of that word? Oh, V. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, he is. Look at him.
Having served in the previous Conservative government, he is co-chairman running the party's campaigning headquarters. Sonia Soda is a columnist and commentator, having been a senior advisor to then Labour leader Ed Miliband in an earlier life. This week she said she had her head in her hands over how the government plans to cut immigration. And Alex de Pledge is a business leader and tech entrepreneur who calls herself a radical centrist. She was awarded...
Oh God!
So a
I
right-winger.
don't know who this person is, but obviously, tech entrepreneur, red flag, straight away, red flag. Radical centrist. Oh, you're a wanker then. Okay, you're just a right-wing wanker.
Yeah, literally just a right winger. We all know it.
There's no one on the left pretending to be a centrist. If you're on the left, you just go, yeah, I'm on the left. It's only
Exactly.
right-wingers who go, no, I'm actually a centrist. Classical liberal,
Yeah,
mate.
what was the tweet? It's just, I mean, Stats for Lefties did it. It was just like, I hate Jeremy Corbyn and I am transphobic and I like Ronald Reagan and I voted for the Conservatively, but foremost I am left wing.
True.
Let me find it.
Yeah.
This is it. Thank you. It was shared by. This is it. Thank you. It was shared by Stats for the Times. I'm a member of the Conservative Party, but above all, I'm left wing.
True. So basically, this is like a left wing. Sorry, not left wing. Femoid Constantine kissing.
Literally. Although he tries to say I'm not a conservative, when he absolutely is one conservative.
Well, she's saying I'm a centrist, so she's doing the
Yeah.
same bit.
It's true. It's something. Even when it comes to right wingers, right? There's like, no, I'm not far right. I just care about the ethnic makeup demographics of England and protecting the white. I'm just like, I'm an identitarian. And then you ask them, you're on the far left. Yes, I'm a communist. Thank you.
Yassified Sargon of Akkad. True. It's about video game gerbalisms, alright?
an MBE in 2016 for services to the sharing economy and founded...
What
and
the
runs-
fuck does that mean? For services to the sharing economy?
I have to Google this.
Is that what they're calling charity nowadays? What does that
Services sharing
mean?
economy.
What the fuck? That's nonsense. Oh,
It's
is,
like-
is
Oh,
Spiv...
hang on a minute.
What's that? Sorry, go on.
Like, I just Googled it. The AI overview says it's when individuals share resources and services through online platforms to achieve mutual benefit. Oh, that sounds nice. Examples of services in the sharing economy include Uber and Airbnb. Fuck off.
Oh, so just services to evil? But more clandestine evil than
Well,
straightforward
yeah, just
evil.
literally just platform capitalism.
Brilliant! Gig
Also-
economy evil. Yay!
Oh, we have one thing we've not done yet.
Oh, school search. Let's
School
fucking do
check.
it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Of
Oh, okay.
course.
This Alexandra de Pledge person was born in Bradford. She graduated from the University of Nottingham with a History and American Studies degree. Then she had a Master's in International Relations from the University of Chicago. So that seems very normal. That's extremely normal.
Vaguely normal. I mean, the University of Chicago is a bit much, but yeah, okay. It's not like... It's not what you would expect from someone who's got a divorge or something. What the fuck is that name?
De Pledge.
The Pledge. It's a bit like, you know.
It's what you sing in Jamaican schools. De Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, for fuck's sake! No! Oh,
Sorry, that was terrible.
oh.
Okay,
If you do the beer can joke, I swear to God, it's over. We're never doing a show again together. It's just no, it's done.
okay, even the Tory MP went to state school. But he did also go to Christchurch College, Oxford, where he studied politics and economics.
Yeah, wanker, PPE wanker, brilliant.
Started his career as a consultant, and then he continued his career at Deloitte.
Oh, so just literally a worthless human being, just absolute vermin. Cool.
Just literally has done nothing for society at all.
Yeah. Anyway, unlike Keir Starmer, I wonder if she's going to keep her pledges. Pledge. Oh, okay.
Resi, a leading home extensions company. Good evening. Welcome to our panellists. Welcome to our audience here in Aldershot. Very nice to see you. And of course, welcome to you at home. Thank you for watching. And if you like, you can always join in the conversation on social media as well. It gets pretty lively, I can tell you. Anyway, let's take our first question, which is from...
When she says it gets lively, there are lots of racists, and that's all on Twitter now? So this will just be very racist.
Including Grok now, apparently.
Yeah, he's tweaked it so that it goes on about South African immigrants a lot.
It's so funny. I mean, did you see the person who's like, Grok, please explain the concept of white genocide in the style of Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, amazing.
Did you see it?
I have not seen that. That's amazing. Oh, God.
Oh, no, I can't. Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah. The University of Chicago isn't necessarily outside of its economics department. Well, yeah, the Chicago boys did come from that place, so yeah, that is. There is a certain truth to that, unfortunately.
Misa gonna explain this white genocide thing like a Jar Jar Binks okie day. I found the actual.
But you're making it sound Jamaican again. It's just racist.
That's how that's the voice. That's the shitty voice that he does, right?
I know.
I've just posted the link to the Grok tweet in chat.
Okay.
In the DMs on Twitter.
Righto. I'm not fucking reading it. Not a fucking chance. I want to get fucking cancelled. Oh my word. I can do a Cockney and a pirate, and that's about it. Go on, you're reading it.
No, but chat can read it.
No, we can't. No, one of us has to read it.
Means I can't explain this. I'm just gonna do it in a normal voice.
No, read it properly.
No, I'm not gonna get cancelled. I'm not gonna let myself get cancelled.
No, I just want you to read it so that when you're on the BBC, like when you're like fucking, I don't know, Queen of Journalism, I can just play that and just be like, see, racist, cancelled.
Misa gonna explain this white genocide thing like Jar Jar Binks, okie day. Some folks think there's a big sneaky plan to make white people go poof, gone, finito. They say stuff like too many non-white folks moving in, mixing cultures and fewer white babies being born is all a part of this plot. Boom, no, Misa think that's a bit loony. Experts say these are changes that happen natural like, because of how people live, move and choose families. No proof of any main plan, nope. This idea comes from scary, angry talk, not truth. So no worry, just keep a being kind to all, okie day.
Sorry. Oh, I need to calm. Hang on. I just need a minute. Oh, I might have actually shat out a kidney during that. Oh. Okay, chat. We can all now separate our lives into the time before we heard that happen and the time after we heard that happen, because our lives, this will be an inflection point. Oh.
If our media commentator cancels the Jar Jar Binks impression. I didn't even do an impression, I was just reading the words.
It was pretty racist, to be fair. Cancelled.
Do you think that's racist?
I can be way more racist than you.
Jennifer Cole.
Is the Labour government's stance on immigration a heartfelt political position or an attempt to win back reform voters?
So is it a heartfelt political position?
You what, sorry?
The second one.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Peter, let me just read you two things.
If one of
In
these isn't the
2020
fucking Jar Jar Binks thing, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Keir Starmer said, we have to make the case for the benefits of immigration and free movement. The whole of the UK is better because of immigration. This week, he said it has caused incalculable damage. Those two things do not go together, do they?
Actually, I think if you read the entire speech that Keir made, those two comments do go together.
How?
Hang on a minute. Surely they can't be going with this.
Apparently they are. Apparently they're desperately going to try and square the circle. Okay.
No, come on.
It's look,
Literally, it's just
it's a brave strategy, but they're going with the old, no, actually, he's not naked, he's wearing robes of fine linens. So, it's fine, actually.
Honestly, they could literally just say, well, he didn't mean it last time, he was lying to the Corbynites, lol. And it would be more politically feasible than them trying to square this circle that literally cannot be squared.
Yeah, because for a start off, the media wouldn't have a problem with that. The media just like, oh, that's fair enough. And you'd never hear from it again. Whereas the obvious lie of, oh no, the 2 + 2 = 10 and 2 + 2 = 4 are the same thing. These are not the numbers you're looking for. It's not.
Apparently,
no one believes this.
No, of course they don't. And as Ben points out in chat, one of Keir Starmer's main beliefs before entering politics was migrant rights. To such an extent, he sued the Blair government for cuts to the asylum seeker benefits.
Yeah. But that was a different time when we weren't quite as mental.
It's almost like he's not actually him speaking. He is just the vessel for the opinions of Morgan McSweeney. Yes,
he is merely the sooty to Morgan McSweeney's whatever the fucking sooty guy's name was.
Or he's the Fozzie Bear to Morgan McSweeney's Frank Oz.
Yes, that one also works.
What we inherited a system, whether it was both legal migration here or irregular migration to our country. Both systems were out of control.
Wow, see, one person has used the correct phrasing of irregular. We'll see how long that lasts.
Now, the argument has been made that immigration is good for the economy, but the previous government...
I mean, Keir Starmer made that argument.
Well, this is what I'm trying to make. The previous government moved for a fourfold increase in immigration from 2019 to 2024, up to 1 million people in 1 year, and growth in the economy was zero. They let loose, they lost control of the system entirely. Now, what we have to do is repurpose our immigration system. We need to make sure that the people who do come here and conform to the point that Keir made in that first statement are valuable and add value to our economy and society.
But what he did say in that first statement was also, it shouldn't matter how much you can contribute to the economy.
And that,
so
he's always felt, and we have always felt as a party.
It should be about what you earn, he said.
We are the Labour Party.
Yeah, and Sir Enoch Himmler, KC, proved that point conclusively, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, them earning such and such isn't necessarily about their contribution to the economy, because of course they contribute to productive capacity, and I agree with that. So that the old Keir Starmer's statement on this, but I don't think it's necessarily that far away from saying that they should contribute at least something, right? But it's not about what you earn. But even so, after all of this, it's just none of this makes any sense to try and defend. It's just.
No, look, this is perfectly consistent, because all along, do you remember the article he wrote, what was it, making the ethnical case for socialism?
Ethnical?
Yeah, they're making the ethnical case for socialism. What's wrong with that? That's what he said, right? I remember it clearly, so... Look, it's a matter of black and white, literally. He's being racist. He's being racist.
Yeah.
I'm saying, Charles.
People who come to our country do need to do so in order to work and contribute to society. That has always been the foundational principle. And that kind of, the right kind of immigration, the kind of immigration where people come here because there is the need and it's good for them, is absolutely...
Like in the care sector, you dopey bastard.
What we're trying to do is repurpose it from what we have inherited, where the economy, any part of the economy, can basically hire anyone from anywhere, from wherever it's cheaper. And because our system is not producing the people with the right skills, We're finding people with low skill base, and believe me, I have respect for people who come from all walks of life and have all sorts of training and backgrounds. But we need to make sure that we are investing in people who grow up here so they have the right skills for their local economy and our overall national economy. So we have upgraded the skills that you need to have to come to our country to degree level. We want those people who are coming to our country, and we want to attract the best and the brightest from around the world. They have a clear pathway to our country to contribute to the skills we really need. We are increasing the levy for companies who do attract overseas labour, and that tax and that levy will go...
Hang on. You've raised the level to degree level, but people who study here and get a degree in our universities won't have the right to stay, even though they have a degree.
Yeah, they're trying to reduce the number of people who are literally coming here to get educated. And even then, 80% of people on student visas don't come back after 5 years, right?
Yeah.
They don't stay past the 5 years after their visa expires.
Yeah. Like, forgive me, but as with literally every policy that this government has ever had, they're just going by the seat of their pants. They have no idea what they're doing. There's no forward thinking with this. There's no planning for this. There's no costing for this. It's just... This sounds like it might sound good in the front page of the Sun or the Telegraph. Go with that.
Literally 100%. Also, Set the Shallow asks, isn't there a law that says that immigrant workers must be paid 20% less? That was a Tory rule, that they had to pay migrant workers less, right? Literally undercutting wages by law, like fixing the labour market to undercut British workers, which was crazy. But Labour got rid of that as soon as they came into government.
Yeah.
Directly into the training...
No, I'm joking. For anyone who didn't get the joke, he wrote an article called The Ethical Case for Socialism, and I changed it to ethnical, because I think that's funny. Because he's a racist. Or at least, no. Morgan McSweeney thinks it's going to be politically viable for him to appear to be racist, so he's going to pretend to be racist, and literally no one, including racists, will believe him.
Also, that's a good point from Do You Even Left Bro in chat. Only allowing people with a degree will continue to fuck over us not having a graduate premium. That's really a good point, right? It's basically educational inflation. If you oversubscribe the number of degrees without growing the rest of the economy, without having investment into the kind of places that create those graduate jobs, you're going to dilute the number of people who actually have degrees based upon the rest of the economy. Whereas if you have a normal amount of people migrating who have some have degrees and some don't, then the percentage of population who does have a degree will stay roughly the same. So this actually makes it harder for skilled British workers to get the right jobs.
Yeah. Amazing. Well done. Well done, you idiots. You fucking idiots. We're run by the most clueless fucking clowns in the world. Like, it struck me yesterday at PMQs. He literally said to Kemi Bad Enoch, why doesn't she go to Solihull and go to the Jaguar Land Rover plant and see what's happening, blah, blah, blah. And the perfect response from her should have been, well, should I go there or to the Coventry plant where you sent all those journalists instead? But she's so dumb she didn't even do that bit. She just carried on talking about fucking Chagos or some shit. I don't know.
Of British young people who are growing up here today so that we can plug that gap. And when it comes to irregular migration, of course, we have to get a grip on it, which is why we're increasing returns. We're doing deals with other countries so we can get a grip on the flow of migration into the country in the first place, and we can return...
But just to be specific, he went to Albania to announce it, and the Albanians went, what the fuck? No. It's got nothing to do with us. No. If I was the Albanians, I'd be very fucking annoyed at that. Because he's basically used Albania as a prop in his weird photo opportunity to look racist. Look, I've come to a smelly brown person country. We're going to send them here. And the Albanians went, you fucking what, mate? We didn't talk about this. What? Fucking mad shit.
Turn fairness to our country. Let me just say one thing. In 2016, Louise Casey did a review of integration into our country. She said in that review, in 2016, that there were 760,000 people in our country that could not speak good English, couldn't communicate effectively.
They're called Geordies. It's technically English. You can't tell, but they are speaking English, just in a very difficult way. Okay?
Well, also, like, that's not a huge number of people in a country of 70 million people.
It's
right?
not massive, no.
And actually, currently, we already have, like, greater restrictions on language assimilation than other countries in Europe do. Like, we already require a higher standard of English than Germany requires standards of German for initial migrants rather than family members, for example. And this will make this even harder after this.
Yeah. Anyway, don't be annoyed, Geordies. Literally, again, remember the poll that was taken that said that the people of the world prefer silence to the Brummy accent. So just, like, let me have this one. I've got fucking rats the size of cats, and people prefer silence. Like, we got nothing. We haven't even got a functioning government. Fucking hell.
English. That number has gone up since then, not down. This contributes to many problems in communities, in neighbourhoods. And that's the point that Keir was trying to make. We want to move forward as a country, as neighbours, and not strangers. Okay. And I don't think it is wrong to make that point. If people come...
Yeah, and neither did Enoch Powell. That's the problem. You're literally just doing rivers of blood rhetoric. He literally said the same thing. People are scared of becoming strangers in their own land. That's what you said. Let that sink in.
And even then, if there's anyone in this country who's a stranger, it's the weirdo curtain-twitching boomers who only speak to their neighbours when it's to complain about the fact that one bush slightly protrudes over the fence in the wrong direction. And I'll be speaking to the homeowners association about this. When you actually look at the multi-ethnic communities, they're the ones who actually have the sense of community in this country.
Yeah. And it really annoys me because you can tell it's so obviously about racism when they're like, oh, look at the Muslims out in the street praying. Motherfucker, they're together doing a thing communally. That's the opposite of being strangers, isn't it? No one's going to the fucking churches. These are communities. Oh, you mean brown people? Oh, sorry, my bad. I misunderstood you for a second.
Come to our country now with a Labour government. Everyone in the group that comes here, if it's a family, must speak good English. That's the foundational point of coming in. And at that point, of course, our country will be welcoming.
Let me bring
the Labour government will be welcoming.
All right.
And they can contribute and feel that they are valued here.
Nigel.
Jennifer,
The question is it a heartfelt position? Or
no, it's not. I don't believe a word of it. For the obvious reason that when we were in government last year, Keir Starmer and most Labour MPs, including yourself probably, Peter, voted 134 times against measures we were trying to bring in to be tougher on illegal migration.
That's mostly because they were kind of illegal. You did want to break the law quite a lot. And as you are a body that makes laws, you are literally a legislator, you should probably not do that. So actually, I think they were perfectly fine to vote against your shite. Just saying. I don't want to defend them. I'm just saying you're worse.
And also, this was a discussion about regular migration, not irregular migration. This whole discussion was about visa issuance, not about people arriving to claim asylum. So votes in the Commons about your bills about irregular migration are totally irrelevant to this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, and as Kieran points out, the number of British people who live abroad who don't speak their languages. It's low. This is the thing with Brexit. The number of dickheads who lived on the Costa del Sol that voted for Brexit and then were surprised when they had to leave. These people are idiots. Exactly. These people, people who point at a fucking sign that's with a picture of egg and chips on it and just say that to a foreigner, and we'll literally say, you have to speak, the language to conversational level to enter Aldershot. Fucking hell.
Literally, and on top of this, there's a reason why he's trying to pivot it towards Rwanda and irregular migration. It's because he knows he hasn't got a fucking leg to stand on when it comes to visa issuance.
Yep.
He knows that for every single year when the Conservatives were in government, they were essentially elected on manifestos in every single one of those elections that promised a reduction in migration, and every single time it increased.
Yeah.
So they literally have no ability to stand on anything now other than just whine on about small boats.
Well, exactly. And in the same way that 22 billion pound hole has become a thing, every time they bring it up, they can just go 1 million people. You let in 1 million people. Regardless of the extemporaneous factors involved in that, you just say 1 million people. And everyone goes, oh yeah, they did let in 1 million. Yeah, they're cunts, aren't they? Because they did the exact opposite of what they said they were going to do. Like, I'm a person who doesn't really care that much about immigration. And yeah, I think it was shitty that they promised people a thing and then did literally the opposite, turbocharged.
That's it. That's the long and short of it, isn't it? Like, both of us probably pretty much in favour of migration rather than against it.
Yeah.
But both of us understand that the principle of democracy is that you do what your voters ask you to do when they elect you, especially when they elect you on an 80-seat majority, right?
Yeah.
Or one of the biggest victories since the 80s that we've seen. And then for you to continue to do the opposite of what you said that you were going to do it's a stain on democracy. It really is. And they deserve to get thrown out.
And they can't even argue, well, technically that was under a different leader, because every single leader that the Tories have ever had comes in saying, we're going to vastly reduce it. Truss said that, okay, she wasn't really around long enough. And technically she did decrease the population by 1. We won't go into it. Well done, comrade. But yeah, she and then Sunak came in and said, yeah, we're going to decrease it 1 million times. We're going to send all of the Browns to Rwanda, and then lay in 1 million people, which like is just so disgusting. Like, as much as I feel betrayed by Starmer, I think Conservative voters probably feel betrayed by the Conservative Party, because it's the equivalent of the ethical case for socialism and then becoming a Thatcherite. Like, they've done the same level of stabbing their own voters in the back, right? Mm-hmm. So I can understand them being very, very upset about this.
First thing they did when they got into power was get rid of the deterrent, the Rwanda plan. So I don't believe a word.
It wasn't a deterrent. It wasn't a thing. It didn't exist. You didn't send anyone. No, you sent two volunteers there, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, I think there was single figures worth of people who were not irregular migrants who were getting deported. They were failed asylum seekers who were offered a fucking free council house in Kigali and meals paid for by the British state just in a different country, and thought, yep, that sounds much better than going back to fucking Eritrea or some shit.
Honestly, they should work out how many millions and millions per person that was. Because it was hundreds of millions, the plan in total, right? And they sent like 2 people or 4 people or whatever it was.
According to Maidenly Matilda in chat, it was £713 million for 4 volunteers.
What, 180 million quid a pop? Brilliant. Brilliant. I mean, just bravo, lads. So yeah, what a deterrent that is. Yeah, come to Britain, get a free house in Kigali. That's an upgrade from a shack in fucking Djibouti or whatever. Yeah.
Literally, we can build council houses in Kigali, but we cannot build them in Croydon.
To be fair, they've got skilled workers in Kigali.
True.
We haven't been training anyone. We're used to importing the trained builders from Kigali to come and work in, fucking Hereford.
Yeah.
Of it. And even this week, when we've been putting amendments into the bill to put in a cap and to disapply the Human Rights Act, they voted against it. So given plenty of...
Right. But again, listen to yourself. You've just said we put in an amendment to break the law, and they voted against it. Because you explicitly just said you wanted to break the law. Mate, you're a legislator. You should know that won't wash. You should know from the Rwanda scheme that just saying, oh no, it's fine, actually, we've decided it's safe, doesn't make it safe. Because you go in front of the court and they say, yeah, but that's illegal. And we're a court and we get to decide what is and is not illegal. And this is illegal. So even if they'd voted with it, it would have been fucking thrown out by the courts, you dopey bastard. They've learnt nothing. Both of these parties are allergic to learning things. They can't learn, they can't listen, they can't absorb information and change accordingly. It isn't possible for them. They're just weirdo robots. Racist idiot robots.
Opportunities to show real substance rather than just talk. They constantly went against that. Now, we have learnt the lesson. One of the reasons why I'm speaking to you now as a member of the opposition rather than government is our failure to deal...
Yeah, keep reminding everybody of the L. That's good. That's good.
Adequately with immigration. We recognise that, I accept that, and that is why Kemi Badenoch has been clear. Some of the first policies we announced were those measures on immigration. We know how important they are, but also I would not underestimate how difficult it is to deal with this, and anybody making promises to you needs a detailed plan, not just warm words.
Man here in the glasses.
So you're saying that for all of those years that you stood on manifestos with numbers, those were just warm words and you were lying to the British people?
Yes.
But we should definitely trust you now that you're not lying to the British people. Okay. I mean, again, it's an interesting strategy. We'll see how that works for you.
And also, he says that there should be a plan. I'm like, well, it would be really nice if Kenya Badenoch had literally any of those. And not just for migration, for literally anything.
Yeah. Oh, you literally anything, yeah. Yeah. She does have a plan for the Chagos Islands. Which is the big... That's the big... Come on now. Come on now. That's the big idea.
Assuming all of that is true, why name check, I mean, all but name check Enoch Powell with this kind of reference to strangers? I mean, that's a dog whistle to the far right, surely.
No.
So you're referring to Enoch Powell. He said a number of things.
He did say a number. Yeah, as a grown human being, he did say a number of things. Yes, that is true. Mostly known for one of the things, though, isn't it? Really, there was one particular speech he was remembered for. Really, you know.
Ironically, I actually think the invocation of the idea of new strangers rather than neighbours, like he did kind of say, will it be a future that we could risk doing this rather than it's something that will happen, right? You know, but the worst part actually was something people completely missed, apart from Ross McCafferty, a journalist from the Metro, who pointed out that not only did he describe the migrants as being part of a squalid chapter, he claimed that the migrants had done irreparable damage to the country. Like, that's the real kind of genuinely awful rhetoric that he's used there when he said these people who've come here have damaged the country irreparably. Like that's such nasty rhetoric towards huge swathes of the population.
Yeah, I mean, that is genuinely, like to the point where even fucking Breaking Point Farage was like, it's a bit much, mate.
Was incalculable, sorry, thank you, Chuck.
Like, literally, even Farage was able to row back now. Because he doesn't even have to outskirt him to the left. He's just fucking... Starmer has swan dived to the right of Farage. That's what he's done with this speech.
In his Rivers of Blood speech, the existing population found themselves made strangers in their own country. That's what you're referring to. Peter, I'll come back to you on that if I may. Yes, man, so towards the middle in the orange top with the glasses.
Yeah, just on the note about immigration... I understand we've got to have a certain amount of immigration. If you're saying you only have people in now at degree level, how previously, and it's not just Conservative government, it's Labour governments that have allowed, and we've needed to get the lower people to help run the hospitals, run the care homes. And it's been going back donkey's years for people to go and work in the agricultural sector because we can't get our own people in those positions to do the job. So how are we going to cover that?
Good question. We can still have people in those jobs, but the companies hiring them must first prove that they are trying to recruit from within Britain. And
Not
they
in
must,
social care.
No,
in social care, you're going to close the route for visas.
At the moment, so there are several tens of thousands of people who are trained social workers in the country who are not in social work. So we must...
Okay. There are 131. There are 131,000 vacancies. You are literally a factor of 10 out by the current level of people who are not in care work at the moment. And you also still pay them shitty wages.
Well, exactly. I was about to say, lots of those aren't in that sector because they don't fucking want to be. So unless you plan on forcing them to be, that's not even a solution to that particular tenth of the problem. Like, if you're not paying them better and giving them better terms and conditions, which you're fucking not going to be, because you'd have to put up the prices of it because it's not nationalised. Again, hint, hint. Yeah, you're not going to get those people back either. So, like this, again, you've not thought through the racist headline chasing here. That if you implement that policy, the actual outcome will be fucking devastating for a crucial and very, very sensitive sector of the economy, because everyone's got an old person they know that lives in a fucking home. What happens
I think it's
then?
what's funny, yeah. On top of that, once it comes to the agricultural sector, which he's referring to when he says they got to prove that they're trying to hire people in the UK as well, I mean, that's not going to change anything. They already try and hire people in the UK, and they can't. They literally paid like massively over the odds than you'd expect for that labour, which no one wants to fucking do it.
Yep.
They must show they are recruiting
In social
from
care,
within
you mean?
social care.
But
sorry,
obviously,
social
the
care.
number of vacancies in social care is much
Yeah.
greater than the number of people who've got visas
So
for
we
it
must
at the moment.
start using all the labour we have domestically before going abroad. And the point about the
Okay, and we have, and we don't have enough. Nothing you've said so far is an answer to any of these points. God, these fucking empty suits, man. We're being run by the most just hollow, worthless people.
the kind of agricultural work that you're saying.
So hang on, just to
is
be
it
clear, just because you're talking about social care. So are you confident there will not be a shortfall in people working in social care as a result of your policies?
I am confident that we will be able to recruit for those places. And I'm confident...
Even though lots of care homes say they just can't. They've tried everything, they've raised salaries, they've put ads out, but they've just not
And we will be investing in the skills base that will produce the people for... And also, raising the prestige. This whole debate talks about unskilled people working in care homes. It is an incredible job working in care homes, and it is highly skilled.
I don't think
Are your kids going to be in the care homes? Is anyone's kid on that panel? Are you prepared to put your kid into a care home job? Because there's a lot of prestige, and you can pay bills with prestige, can't you?
To raise the aspirations that you...
People say, oh, we could just get people to become care workers. I'm just like, well, you can't just get people to do something. Like, I'm sure the people who are going to be cared for want to be cared for by people who actually want to do the work in the first place. I don't think there's really anybody out there who's in care currently who wants, I want some, like, 21-year-old person from Universal Credit to be forced to do this in some kind of workfare program.
That's what they're going to do, yeah. They're gonna tie this into benefits reform. And basically, if you want to get any amount of benefits, you're going to have to clean old asses. That's what they're going to do. They're going to, in the same way that they've already done this, where major companies have basically been getting slave labour, in essence, free, to quote-unquote train these people up. It's not fucking training anything. And they don't get taken on full-time, because then they'd have to pay them, when they can just get another pleb from the job centre. Thank you, Katie, who says, Kev and Helena, how many vacancies in social care? I'm not sure. Is the number there, basically. Tens of thousands, but I don't know the exact number. Certainly far more than we can handle, which is the problem.
Young people have in order to go into those
Can I
sectors.
come in specifically on this care point? Because I think what I find depressing about the political debate about immigration is that I don't think politicians from either party, actually, or parties, I should say, these days, are being honest with us about the trade-offs involved in immigration, and specifically to the point on care. I'm really glad that you brought this up, because I've got a friend with very serious disabilities who requires round-the-clock assistance in order to be able to live with dignity and do her job. She has a team of 12 carers on rotation. Half of them are from the UK and half of them are from abroad, because there aren't enough UK-based carers. It's almost another job for her to organise that rota. She's also a journalist. She had to take an emergency week of leave off her job the other week because she couldn't get enough carers to cover those shifts. She saw the news. She's actually Labour supporting, Peter. And she said she was kind of terrified at this news about care visas because half of her carers are from abroad. And these jobs are quite transient. People go home. So this idea that actually you're going to stop people coming in on care visas.
But again, as discussed, they want it all. They want to have their cake and eat it.
Literally.
Want all of the migrant workers, but none of the migrants. Yeah.
Which they can't actually. It's again a circle they can't square. Also, thank you, Popiones, for pointing out the Popey is a carer himself. There's a very resource-intensive training, and care workers, if they're not, it's very resource-intensive training care workers, and if they're not up to the job, they'll soon be sacked and likely permanently barred from the industry via DBS. Result being loads and loads of safeguarding concerns. Exactly. This isn't just something people can pick up.
Yeah. Thank you, questionable absanity. Imagine being told to leave your job shelf stacking for £15 an hour to go and wipe bums with the qualification you did once for £10 an hour because politics. True. Very true, yes.
Also, thank you. Also, welcoming Carpe Packs. Everyone go and follow Carpe Packs in chat.
Carpe Packs is fucking dope. Everyone follow them immediately. Also, go and follow Madcat. Madcat Scotty Eye in chat.
True.
Also, I just remembered, I did a joke on the weekend about, start doing another Rwanda, and I literally said Albania as the country, as a joke.
You did, yeah.
And he tried it. Are they listening? They are listening. Morgan McSweeney's a regular, isn't he?
God, we've got to stop giving them ideas.
Yeah. You know what? You know what they definitely shouldn't do? To nationalise everything. It's crazy.
By the way, thank you for pointing out in chat, there's 150,000 care vacancies.
Oh, that's nice and easy. We'll just get all of Norwich to become care workers. That'll be fine. I don't know how many people are in it. That sounds about right.
There are trade-offs here, and for me it's really difficult because I think if you look at what the government has done, there's a couple of areas where they've made decisions I think that they think are politically expedient. So benefit cuts, they've gone to disability benefit cuts. But also when it comes to immigration, we've landed on care visas. And again, I think that is loading the costs of some of these policies onto disabled people, some of whom are the least able to bear the burdens.
True, but they are the least able to fight back. So you can punch them really hard and they can't do anything and they don't own any papers.
Yeah, they can't afford to buy you tickets to the Arsenal.
They can't. Can they buy his wife any dresses? Can they afford to fix his front door?
So I'm not an open borders person. I'm all for controls on immigration. I think it's really important that we have a democratic debate on that. But I want our politicians to be upfront about the trade-offs. We've been using immigration to fill in gaps. There aren't enough care workers in the UK. We are not...
Yeah, it's essentially been a kind of... I don't even know, like benefits for rich bastards, I guess. Like we've been kind of filling in the bits that they can't be bothered or don't want to pay to be able to cover. Like you say, you'd have to raise fruit picking wages to a basically unsustainable level. So rather than doing anything about reforming the way in which we do agriculture, full stop, we've just gone, should we get some migrants in? Yeah, go on. You know.
Just imperial core things.
Basically, yeah. Just temporarily import some funny little brown chaps, and they'll pick the stuff, and then they can leave. And that's it, basically.
Going to fix that overnight. So what's going to happen to people like my friend? In the medium term, we've got an issue, which is that we're an ageing society. That means over the next 20, 30 years, there are going to be fewer working age taxpayers to pay taxes to support the really important care and health needs of an ageing population. People like my parents.
Don't even joke about that in chat. Who said it? Bring in assisted dying so that we don't have to pay for social care. Because literally, did you see Kim Ledbetter basically admit that the other day? There was like a fucking one of these, what do you call it, Westminster Hall debate type things on it. And she was asked several times by Bill, and she wouldn't say it explicitly, but it was basically like, yeah, she was asked several times whether she would be okay with... by the way, Kim Ledbetter is the person who is like the main driving force behind this assisted dying bill, and she's a fucking ghoul. Anyway, and she was asked whether the sole stipulation of not wanting to be a financial burden on your family would be okay as the reason to end one's life. And she basically said yes.
Wow.
All but, like, for legal reasons, I'll say she caveated it a bit, but not much. She is a genuinely atrocious human being. I'm in favour of the idea of, if we can find a safe way of doing it, allowing people to ease their way over the Rainbow Bridge. Kim Ledbetter is like perfectly designed to make me go against that natural inclination. Because she's a genuinely demonic creature.
Like, absolutely, my instinct with the assisted dying bill was absolutely to support it. Yeah. And then when somebody pointed out to me, we're going to have to trust a cabinet that involves West Streeting in implementing this policy, I'm like, no, I am not gonna support this.
Not at all. No, she is satanic.
So we've got a choice. Do we want immigration to help bring in more workers, or do we want people in their 20s and in their teens to be paying more tax as a proportion of their income to support an older population? Now, we might all have different views on that, and that's absolutely fine. But please, let's just be honest about those trade-offs. And I think it's... All right,
Sonia, surely the answer is not immigration as default. Surely the answer is getting the millions of people who are not working for a whole variety of reasons.
Would you say you need to get like 1 million people in that situation to do... Oh, no, sorry, that's a different thing. No, my bad.
But also...
You can't argue it, mate. You can't make the anti-immigrant point. You can't do that now.
Our fucking unemployment rate is 4% or something.
But he's going to bring up 9 million, isn't he? He's going to say the number 9 million at some point.
The 9 million economically inactive, half of which are already carers, unpaid carers, or people on carers allowance, and students.
Reasons into work as the primary focus.
Of course, that's part of the solution.
And it could be entirely the solution.
Of course it's part of the solution, but we're talking about people who've been out of the workforce sometimes for a very long time.
So they need training, support and incentives.
They require a lot of support, they require incentives to move back. That is not a quick fix, Nigel. So I just think we need to be... There are no magic bullets.
I agree with you on that.
Let's give voters
I said that myself,
the credence they deserve in terms of an honest conversation about trade-offs. I don't think we're at a point where people want to hear quick fixes. They want the truth from politicians.
Now, obviously, social care and other aspects are a really important part of this. Alice, I just want to bring you back to the question and give you a chance to answer Jennifer's question. Is the Labour government's stance on immigration a heartfelt political position? And we heard some of Keir Starmer's comments a few years back, just 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, or an attempt to win back reform voters?
So I think it's a very complex, as you rightly pointed out, and I'm glad you raised the demographic ageing population, because I think that is something no one talks about. But heartfelt's an interesting choice of words. I think in the Labour manifesto, there was a very clear manifesto pledge to reduce immigration. Yvette Cooper's been all over the brief, and there are no right answers to this, and they're definitely going to get some of it wrong. But what I think Labour has done is now moved into a party of government out of one of opposition, and you make lots of mistakes when you're in opposition because what you're trying to do is get your point heard. They've come up with, honestly, other than the care and some words that I maybe wouldn't have used.
Are you talking about Islander strangers?
Also,
I think it's a tenuous link, if I'm being really honest.
Like, there really isn't any kind of comparison between mistakes made in opposition where you didn't quite get something right, or you didn't quite kind of gauge where people's mood was, and so you kind of shifted slightly to be able to be more in line with people's opinion, than literally saying the complete opposite of what you purported to believe in opposition than when you do in government, right? These two things are vastly, vastly different. And I will call bollocks on the idea that somehow that as moving into an opposition to government means you can literally change your entire ideology about a really important political issue. That's nonsense.
Yeah, it's not, and it's not just like he put together a policy or something like that, because there's the vagueness in the manifesto of reduce migration, but there was none of this like, oh, they irreparably destroyed the country, fuck 'em rhetoric, right? And also, it's not just a thing he said in opposition, it's a thing he seems to have believed all of his adult life. He's been largely, from a wishy-washy bullshit liberal sense, pro-immigration. Pretty much all of his life. Until last week. Where he seems to have become Enoch McHitler. Like, what the fuck? He's the least authentic person to begin with. And in his plethora of inauthenticity, this is the most egregious example I can think of. Really,
yeah,
just to flip completely 180 from largely being pro-immigration to now being fucking, I see the Tiber before me foaming with blood. Like he's a fucking lunatic.
Yeah. Like, incalculable damage. That's literally the direct opposite of everything he purported to believe in 2020. The only thing I think that is more egregious in terms of just being a blatant lie was that whole Jeremy Corbyn was a friend and a colleague thing he said in 2020, and then just went on LBC and said, no, I never said that. When there's just like video evidence of him saying it during the leadership campaign.
Well, I mean, I suppose that if you're going to do that, it's also the... I do believe she has that right, and then denying that he ever said that she has that right. She being the nation state of Israel, It's a totally normal way that one refers to a nation-state, with gendered
Yeah.
pronouns. I wonder which toilet Israel will have to use, though. Have we checked?
EHRC.
Have we checked yet with the Supreme Court as to which toilet Israel will have to use if it visits?
But I understand that people, I think that people are making it because, look, number one, if you want to achieve cut-through, he's done that. Would I have done it? Maybe not. But he's got you all talking about it and you're all listening and you know what he's proposing on immigration, so job done. People are entitled, when the facts change, they're entitled.
What changed? No. Fuck you. What changed? What happened in the 9 months from them becoming the government to now that changed that meant he went like just like a fucking flipped on a tanner? What the fuck happened there, mate? Nothing. You're lying. You're just lying. I'll tell you what happened. Last week, he got absolutely fucking rinsed at the election. That's what happened. That's literally the only thing.
Yep.
This person is the biggest bullshitter. I mean, they're a tech bro, obviously. Obviously. What was the thinking?
To move on this, and there's nothing actually in the immigration bill apart from care work, so I'm not going near it because you did such a good job. There's nothing in that I don't think is gradual, it's rational, and it's listen to what the people are saying, which is not.
Okay, Becca, that's quite good. Israel doesn't go to the toilet, it just shits on Gaza. That's basically true. Like, that's, it's a low blow, but it is true.
It is true.
We don't want immigrants. We don't like them culturally. It's actually, we are pro-control and we are pro-fairness. So they need to speak English with like higher skilled. There's carve-outs for engineers. There's carve-outs for construction workers because we do need to build 5 million homes for the shortfall. So all in all, I actually on balance was like, okay, like we are starting to move in the right direction and there will be mistakes, but...
Well done. You really are a radical centrist. Right-winger. You're a right-winger. Well done.
Broadly, I think it's in the right place.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a second. Yes, a man at the back with the glasses and the...
All this about it being a complex issue, which is
It's not me. Shut the fuck up, chat. Shut up.
True, it is a complex issue with a lot of different sides. But at the same time, it was a complex issue 10 months ago when Labour got into power. What has changed in the last week or so for Starmer suddenly changes direction?
Nigel Farage is like 15 points clear or whatever.
Yep, that's it. Literally, just behind in the polls. Throw caution to the winds.
Also, what is Fat Paul Scholes doing there on the right? I see you. You can't fucking get past me. Anyway.
So massively, other than reform in the local elections.
Okay, and let's hear from the woman in the glasses there, the black and white top.
I wonder what the government is doing about resourcing the Home Office adequately, particularly in the borders area. I have worked for both Customs and the Borders Agency.
Okay, 3 words. Rubber, sniffing, dogs.
Yes, they're resourcing with dingy rubber sniffing dogs. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
And the issue has been the poor quality of management at the top and the lack of effective IT systems. As far as I know, we still don't actually count people going out of the country as well as coming in. So what are the proposals to do about that? And
Yes,
what
we
the heck
do.
were the
That's
Conservatives
what net migration
doing
is.
all this rhetoric about immigration whilst cutting resourcing hugely.
Okay, and finally, let me just hear from the man in the white T-shirt here.
Yeah, illegal immigration and irregular immigration have been described by the two gentlemen. What's the difference?
Okay.
Can I just come?
That's very interesting that someone's actually trying to ask this.
Okay.
So, and just in case that Peter Kyle doesn't explain this, I'm going to explain this now. Illegal migration is 2 main kinds of illegal migration. There's when you overstay your visa and don't leave, therefore you do not have right to be here, and so you're illegal. And the second one is when you arrive via irregular means, i.e. via a small boat, for example, and you don't claim asylum, i.e. you want to go and work underground in the black market illegally, right? Those are two
not
forms
on the
of
underground. That's a different thing.
No. Yeah, those are the 2 forms of mainly illegal migration. Irregular migration is the method of arrival. It is arriving via irregular means, i.e. not through port of entry and not through passport control. If you don't claim asylum, of course, that is illegal. But if you arrive via irregular means, by a small boat, for example, and you claim asylum, that is perfectly legal and protected by the Refugee Convention, and that is what is known as irregular migration when it is being referenced by the people on the panel.
Which
Just
is,
so
of
everyone
course,
knows.
why it's illegal and why the Tories ultimately didn't do this, because they were told by the Attorney General that it would be illegal. They wanted to make it illegal, or they wanted to immediately remove anybody who arrived by irregular means, regardless of whether
To
they...
Rwanda.
Yeah, to Rwanda. And you're like, no, that's illegal. Well, that's actually illegal, because we've already signed up to the human rights thingamajig. So, like, we literally have to, if they claim asylum, we do have to process them.
Yep. And that's why people don't get why all this money was being spent on hotels and now, of course, on residential accommodation for asylum seekers.
Yep.
They didn't realise the government has no choice. It has a statutory obligation to house asylum seekers, which have arrived here irregularly but totally legally because they've claimed asylum, whilst their case is being heard. If their case is unsuccessful, they would leave the country. And if their case is successful, they become a refugee. They don't get housed anymore, and they just go and become with indefinite leave to remain so that they can get a job and pay for their own accommodation, right?
Yep.
The government doesn't have a choice. Like, people seem to get mad and go, oh, well, the government just wants to spend our money on migrants. I'm like, no, they literally have to. They have to do this.
Like, if there's one thing they definitely don't want to do, it's spend any money on migrants. Because there's no good headline ever comes from that. Trust me. They don't want to do it. They have to do it.
Back to this.
Well, hang on. Did you just want...
Legal migration is applying for a visa and coming here with a visa.
Exactly.
And that is what it now counts for the vast majority. And when the Tories in the last year hit 1 million...
I mean, firstly, there you go. That's the line. That's the killer line. You let in 1 million people. Fuck you. Secondly, notice how No Justice took you through the actual description of the illegal migration / irregular migration. Peter Kyle didn't do that. Peter Kyle said essentially a tautology, which is legal migration is legal migration, and then went to attack the Tories. Not answer the man's question at all, actually.
It's almost like I could have predicted that he wasn't going to explain it.
You are. Helene Stradamus? That doesn't
I'm
really
the
work.
Oracle.
You are.
What's
the
irregular?
overwhelming amount was now when you see
what's irregular?
when you see the immigration plan, well, everything I've just outlined is what the plan is to reduce that.
No, you don't seem to get the problem. It's illegal immigration, not irregular.
Well, okay, illegal or irregular, however you want to call it.
No, it's what you call it.
No, dickhead. No. Peter Kyle, you know better. I know you do, because you described it as irregular at the start. Whereas now this man is, I mean, frankly, bordering on the stupid now, is sort of trying to elucidate over you why you call it irregular. And you could just explain it to him. It's actually pretty simple. You just, No Justice just did it. It's not vastly complicated.
And you know, right? You know full well that all of this discussion of illegal migration as an epithet for people arriving via regular means, even when it isn't true, you know that this is bullshit. Because even the most kind of harsh meeting out of even the harshest Home Secretary on migration, Suella Braverman, when she was Home Secretary, the official government website described people arriving via small boat to claim asylum as irregular migrants. Even Suella Braverman knew that she had to, because the discussion of illegal migration, like the illegal migration bill, is just a name, right? It doesn't have to actually include anything about illegal migration. There's no rules in terms of parliamentary scrutiny that means you have to label the bill in name terms by what is actually in the bill. No, you can name whatever the fuck you want. They just called it illegal migration, even though it was about irregular migration, to make you think that irregular migrants were illegal when they are not.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Let's get two things clear. There's legal migration, which is people who are invited into this country, either to come here and work, or they have dependents, or they come to study. There's illegal migration, which is people coming predominantly by the channel, but by other means. That's a tiny fraction.
No, you're actually just wrong.
Literally, we have the fucking moderator misinforming the audience over what is or is not illegal or legal migration. How is the BBC allowed to do this?
Fuck it. They sacked Gary Lineker for being Hamas. Like, at this point, are you surprised at anything with the fucking BBC?
Yeah, literally.
Overall number of people coming in. And so far this year has been something like 12 or 11,000, which is very high relative to previous years, but it's a very small fraction of the overall net migration.
Am I able to just respond to a couple of the points very quickly?
I'd very much like to answer the point about Enoch Powell. I know...
Yeah.
Brilliant. So we're going back to the Enoch Powell point, so this guy can pretend like there was no connection there whatsoever, but not
no one's
explain the
gonna
reason.
correct her.
Yeah, that's just
No one's correcting her.
blatant misinformation just left out there. Fucking hell.
Yeah, get her back on the fucking Antiques Road. You're absolutely right, Morgan Newick.
It's not. It's the bullshitter leading the blind. I guess. I don't know.
That has been mentioned a few times now, so I'd like you to tackle that. And then basically, Jennifer's question is this a heartfelt political position or an attempt to win back Reform voters? You heard some scepticism there from the man at the back.
This is not Enoch Powell. It is a mile away from it. We have to speak in a language which does capture the mood of the country. But when you look at what we're trying to do, it is about fairness. It is about respect for those people coming to our country, because a lot of the people who are coming in who do not speak English and are not qualified for the work will be trapped in communities. A lot of them are women who are not speaking English, who are there with families. It makes them extremely vulnerable to live in a country where you're not speaking English, you're not able to work, you are doomed.
It is perfectly reasonable to say people who come here and can't speak English have a difficult time. Why did we cut all the funding to help them learn English? That's what all the other countries in Europe do. If you're in Sweden or you're in Germany or in France or whatever, that the state will actively take a role in ensuring that they help you learn English by offering you English classes or German classes or French classes or Swedish classes. Why aren't we doing that?
But notice, not the Dutch though, because that's not a real language.
We have a serious problem.
Absolute rubbish.
Hitler dude, what new?
What was it? The homo bar is the name for a gay bar.
Yeah.
Brilliant. You're not real, lads.
Into a life of worklessness in a community which isn't fully integrated into even the neighbours in your street. That's immigration at its worst, and we're trying to tackle that. That's what we're trying to do.
Oh, Dr. Phil, you've absolutely, like, the faux caring for women thing is a core part of any propagandist, right? Always. If you go back to we have to bomb Afghanistan to protect the women's, and then we supported the Hamid Karzai government, which reinstituted the legalisation of marital rape, for instance, or indeed the same sort of thing in Iraq, or apartheid South Africa doing its weird, like, you have to stay and defend the white women propaganda, or the Rhodesia thing, the famous image of these women will die for Rhodesia, or the thirst posting of the Israeli government. You have to play on, you have to protect the women's, right? It's bullshit. They don't really believe it, but it does tug on the heartstrings because of the natural inclination to want to support people who are thought of as weaker. That's it. It's I don't know, boob washing or whatever. I don't know what you fucking call it, but it's that pretend thing, as if any of these governments give a shit. We need to protect these women, which is why we're friends with Saudi Arabia. Fuck off. Just fuck off.
10 months since we've been in, we have increased border security guards by 1,000. We have returned 23,000 people who do not have the right to be here. That's an increase of 16%. 3,500.
The Keir Starmer on Twitter going on about we've got rid of 24,000 and we're not going to stop there. Like, does he tweet about anything else but migration now? He's turned into one of those indestructible West accounts. Like he's going to have like a fucking Roman statue Avi, and it's going to be like, look what they took from you, and it's going to be Keir Starmer and his white family.
The irony, of course, is those numbers will refer to people who've overstayed their visas, actual illegal migrants. That number is not going to refer to asylum seekers because they have to go through the asylum process. And he's trying to say these things by using nebulous language like have no right to be here to try and trick people into thinking he's doing it to irregular migrants when he's actually doing it to visa overstayers, i.e. illegal migrants.
Yeah.
Which is very funny to me.
Foreign criminals have now been removed from our country in the 10 months before we released this plan this week. This week, this plan, the Immigration White Paper, we've been working on...
Oh, the English White Plan! The English White Plan! Yeah, okay, mate. Bit on the nose, Pete.
Years. This is not just out of the blue. It is not in the
No,
response
it's out of
to
the
something
white,
that happened
yeah.
2 weeks ago. This is our plan that we have had for government, and we are now landing it. And if I could make one quick point about, because the person, your friend, the people who are in the condition and in the situation your friend is in are the people that we go into politics for and as a party is driven for. But you did...
Right, but you are going to make her life infinitely harder. So, like, again, as with we're the party that created the NHS. No. You have the brand name of the party that created the NHS. You are filth. I mean, human detritus. Yeah.
Say one thing, and that's that the people who are working with her, the team that is keeping her functioning and going and looking after her well-being, is transient. We need to move from a transient set of workers, half of whom you said are...
Hang on, transient? What toilets does they fucking use? Honestly, it's so confusing with the transients and the transatlantics. Oh, it's all over the place.
From abroad to a stable team that is trained and committed to the long term. That means that we as a government have got to get the skills right. We have to get the aspirations right for people who go into it, and we need to get also pay and also all the other things right. But we can't move from one to the other by accident. We have to have policies.
All right, well, let's Sonia reply.
I completely agree with you on that, but, and there is a big but, care work is incredibly underpaid. The government is one of the biggest employers indirectly of care workers. Rachel Reeves isn't saying that there's money to pay care workers more. We're in a really dire fiscal situation as a country. So people look at this and they say, well, the government says the good care stuff will come later on, but we are clamping down on immigration from care workers. So it doesn't quite add up. And the other thing I did want to ask you was, I happen to agree with you. I think what Keir Starmer said was a million miles away from what Enoch Powell said. But
I fucking hate liberals. I really hate liberals. I'm sorry. Like, the more and more I see them, I just think you fucking worthless bastards. Even when you're making a vaguely good point, you have to be shit. Oh, anyway. Thank you to Ross DG for 5 memberships. Sorry, I know that's not like deep political dissection of the point she's making here, but just like...
Just tedious.
Just fuck.
They're so tedious.
Oh.
I've still got a big problem with the language of immigration having caused incalculable damage. I think that is buying into...
How is that a million miles from what Enoch Powell said? How? Please tell me how that's different. How that's vastly different. It's not word for word the same. I will grant you that. There's enough difference that you can try and play semantic games with it, fine. But how is it a million miles from what he said? It isn't. You know it isn't. Stop lying. I know you have to play the sensible politics in the room and blah, blah, blah.
To a populist rhetoric that immigration is to blame for everything going wrong in this country, which
I've
is
never said that.
absolutely... No, but incalculable damage. That's what it implies, doesn't it? Immigration has upsides and downsides. It's good that we talk about them as a democracy, but it is not good to scapegoat immigration and hence immigrants for everything that's going wrong, including the state of the economy, the state of public services.
I think she's
the state of
absolutely
housing.
right.
And
we absolutely should not be scapegoating immigrants. We should absolutely be scapegoating trans people instead.
True. Except of course transatlantic migrants, because they're also trans because it's in the name.
Yeah.
Like the Nazis were socialists because it's in the name. That is how it works, right? I think so.
When you look at the populist right, I think they are really using immigration as a scapegoat for all of these things, and that isn't good enough.
Yeah, exactly. When you look at the Labour Party, they're using... Woody. Thank you, Verminsky, for 5 gifted memberships. Much love.
Enough from our Prime Minister.
All right, go on.
Oh, we've got a round of applause.
I'm afraid I do think the reality is that Labour had virtually no plans for anything. They spent 14 years in opposition and came into power and didn't...
Don't say correct things. Don't make me agree with you. I don't want to agree that I'm the same fucking species as you. I don't even think you're part of Mammalia. Go away from me.
Have a clue what they wanted to do, whether it's immigration or the economy or a whole host of other things. And I find it a bit rich for Peter to talk about all his empathy for care homes and everything else. Rachel Reeves came in and whacked up national insurance, made the cost of all these things so much more expensive.
Job tax! Oh, job tax!
expensive. And in terms of what's changed over the last few weeks, I think the answer for the Labour Party is quite simple. They lost the Runcorn by-election. That's the reason for the change in policy.
But Nigel,
they failed to support all the measures. We had every measure. We had
It's
legal
not,
challenges.
No, it's not just... I mean, obviously, that's the thing that's going to focus the minds of members of Parliament to some extent. But you can't... You've got to bear in mind the councils as well, because each member... each MP obviously has a certain number of councillors in and around their area. And the Labour Party will have lost seats in vast swathes of the country. That hits home to MPs because that's their patch. If they're even if it's not necessarily their seat, if it's next door and there's a councillor gone and there's one just down the road, and like they start to sweat. And Keir Starmer knows that. Keir Starmer will have had people. As with every leader, you have your spotters around the place. You know the general feeling from your backbenchers. You talk to them sometimes, and you get Morgan McSweeney and his little people out there, right? He will know that those backbenchers are shitting themselves. They've seen the polls. We were talking about the one earlier. Even if they don't take that one, even if they take the least Labour alarmist polling possible, they're still getting fucked. Even the best possible case scenario for the Labour Party right now is them not being in government and scraping into second place. That's the best they can really do. You know,
Exactly.
120 seats with the Lib Dems on like 110 or something, right?
And on top of this, when it comes to council elections, they know council votes are done by people who are high propensity voters.
Yeah.
Right? They know full well that they used to be able to rely on the fact that those high propensity voters would usually vote Labour or Tory, and the fact that even the high propensity voters now are moving towards Reform UK shows that the fucking time is up, mate.
Yeah.
This is real shit, you know.
Yeah. Thank you, Lily, for 100 bitty bits. Much love.
Everything forced in Parliament against the measures we were trying to bring in for years after years. And I'll go back to this point.
Right.
And
But again, as with the Labour Party going, see, you voted against our tax thing. Yeah, but your tax thing was shit. That's why. It's not that I'm against more tax or that I'm against this, that and the other. It's that the way you're doing it is rubbish. You've decided to balance the books on the back of the poorest. That's why I would vote against it, you wanker. And they were right to vote against your reforms to migration because most of them were fucking illegal. And the ones that weren't were dumb and cost a fortune and wouldn't have achieved anything. We were going to spend 170 million quid a fucking pop to send people over to fucking Rwanda. How many people? 300 people? We're talking about you brought in 1 million people, you wanker. You were going to send 300 to Rwanda. Look, let alone the fact that that's an immoral and disgusting thing to do to begin with. It's also one of the most just ludicrous things I've ever heard. And you had fucking what's her face, the Home Secretary at the time, going, it was her fucking wet dream or whatever to have those planes taking off. You're mental. Honestly, there's something wrong. If you're a Tory, there's something wrong with you.
I mean, that's always been the case, but it's especially pointed now, right?
Yeah.
At least you can understand that there were some nasty cunts who voted Tory, right? Some really nasty pieces of work who did it because they were just selfish bellends who wanted the country to get worse while they got cut taxes, right?
Yeah.
But now, even the people who voted because they had some concerns that only the Conservative Party were even speaking to realise that they're a bunch of dickheads who don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. Like, I'm in favour. I want a party to be pro-migration and high tax. But not like this. Not like this.
They came into government with scrap. This incentive was scrap any deterrent. They still don't have a deterrent.
Nigel, even when you were in government, you didn't actually get anyone to Rwanda. I think it's just worth pointing that out.
They've been at it for so long and they're still being laughed at. In the military city. They went to basically a glorified military base. And the Tory shadow minister is being laughed at. Ouch. I mean, you are dead, lads. You're gone. Just pack it up. It's over. And a round of applause. Biggest round of applause of the night for a Tory burn. Fuck yes.
All down to that. the
That is
courts,
true.
there was all sorts of things.
But people were popping the champagne corks when Labour came in because they knew it was going to be
Sonia,
easier.
very briefly,
By
because then I want to
default,
move
there
on.
was a
critical
need.
of the government, but I have to say, for you to say it's rich for Peter...
That was, honestly, mate, that was one of the most embarrassing flops of an answer I've ever heard
so
on this
bad,
show.
yeah.
And that's including the time that David Lammy got cocked by himself, basically, by allowing the woman to just fucking rinse him. What was the person that absolutely fucking destroyed him in the end? I can't remember her name. But anyway, yeah, it's just tragic.
To say these things. It's even richer coming from you. You were in government for 14 years, the state of the care sector. Sorry, it's not on this government, it's on you guys.
Okay.
Oh, mate!
I'm going to move on.
He's already dead. He's already dead. You don't have to continue to beat him. Allow his corpse some fucking dignity. This is like Gaddafi all over again. He's dragging his body through the streets. Oh,
literally, and then later on, he's going to have to deal with getting fingered by Kevin Logan, right?
well, obviously. Well, I hope he's got some slack.
They're in government now.
Is this how it's going to be for the rest of the programme? I don't know. Anyway, okay, next week, let me tell you where we are next week. We are in Dulwich in South London, and the week after that, we'll be in Cheltenham. So if you want to come and put your 10 pence, you can get a word in edgeways. Dulwich or Cheltenham, if you live there or nearby, you'd like to come and be part of the programme, go to the Question Hour website, follow the instructions, and hopefully we will see you there. Okay, Maggie Pringle, where are you sitting? Let's hear from you.
Is the British government ignoring genocide against the Palestinians in the occupied Gaza Strip?
I'm going to surprise you and say no. They're not ignoring it. They're actively participating in it. They're literally flying flights from RAF Akrotiri now. It was revealed that they've actually sold more weapons than the Tories did during the time when they claimed they were getting rid of all those licences. Absolute nonsense. So no, they're not ignoring it. Yeah, in 3 months than the Tories did in a year or 2 years, whatever it was.
3 years.
3 years. Fucking hell. So they've gone. Let's do Zionism, but turbocharge it. Let's put it on speed. Awesome. Up to and including literally yesterday, another flight took over from RAF Akrotiri, and we're just giving them information. We're doing reconnaissance flights for them. So we're not ignoring it. We are very much aware of it because we are also doing it. Yeah.
So, it won't have escaped your attention, I'm sure. There has been a blockade by the Israeli government of food and medicines into Gaza for more than 2 months now, and the UN humanitarian.
And I'm just going to say it now. Some of the scenes we've seen are reminiscent of the Holocaust. Skeletal figures. People so malnourished they look like corpses.
I think the best analogy is with Bosnia.
Yeah, that's also another similar. Yeah,
It's very Srebrenica, like deliberate forced starvations of civilians to force a military concession, right?
Fletcher urged the UN Security Council to prevent genocide in Gaza. That's the phrase that he used, and accused Israel of deliberately and unashamedly imposing inhumane conditions on civilians. Israel obviously deny that. There is talk from UN-affiliated agencies of catastrophic hunger.
Yeah, but the UN is Hamas. We already learned this. The UN is Hamas. Some Israeli ministers are Hamas. Any Jew that speaks up against this is Hamas. Gary Lineker is the leader of Hamas.
He's absolutely, he's in line to replace Mohammed Deif as the general of the Al Qassam Brigade.
What's her name? Miss Rachel, or whatever her name is Hamas. Like, what the fuck? Literally, like the most innocent, sweet person in the world. Hamas.
Literally, Doncaster is Hamas.
Well, to be fair, Doncaster is Hamas. That's just true. Thank you, XYZ, who says, let's all have a jolly and take LSD. Why not? Well, for legal reasons, we cannot possibly endorse the use of illegal substances.
Apparently, there's a fighter jet over Israel right now, approaching the West Bank from Akrotiri.
Yay! I like paying taxes to this government. It's not shameful at all.
For at least 1 in 5 of the population in Gaza. Is the British government ignoring it, Nigel?
Look, I will always defend Israel's right to defend itself after the attack of...
oh, they're still doing the fucking cockpit. They'll always defend. They've got the right to defend themselves. October the 7th was so fucking... It's 18 months ago, mate. They're starving people to death. This is not in any way a proportionate response at all. It wasn't the day after, frankly, but especially now. Fuck off.
I just want to say, I don't fucking care about October the 7th anymore. I don't fucking care. I literally do not give a single shit about October the 7th at all. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. Like, it was bad. Sure, it was 19, 20 months ago, whatever. Things have changed. There are far more pressing concerns than what happened almost 2 years ago at this point. I just don't fucking care.
Yeah. Actually, is that our fighter plane? It's not even over Israel, it's over Jordan. Well, that is...
It's over the West Bank, isn't it?
No. Well, it might have flown over the West Bank, but it now it landed in Azraq in Jordan, and is now flying back towards the West Bank. There it is. How the fuck... why is all this information available? This seems wrong. Anyway, Eurofighter Typhoon FGR-4. Military or government. Yeah, from the UK. Yeah, okay. Yeah, where the fuck's it going? I don't know. Amman Queen Alia International Airport. Oh, well, that's where it landed, apparently. Okay. Anyway. But anyway, yeah, British flights are taking off all the fucking time, and it's, yeah, awful shit.
October the 7th. But we've always said they need to make sure that they act within the law doing so. There are various accusations coming from the Israeli government about various protections that Hamas are using certain buildings and certain areas in order to actually fight from, and therefore are...
Oh, the ones where the Israelis already admitted to building the fucking tunnels. Those ones. Also, how many ICU units do you think Hamas were underneath? Because they've destroyed all of those. Just saying. Thank you. Oh no, I already read that. What am I doing?
Are using innocent people as human shields, which is despicable.
And obviously the Israeli government would say if Hamas would hand over the hostages and stop fighting, this would all be...
And I think there's a huge...
And that already could have happened. They've been offered that deal before.
Yep.
And they decided not to. Because Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want to go to jail.
I mean, literally, Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's Middle East envoy, said as such.
Yep.
Steve Witkoff literally said, the fact when the Trump administration have envoys to the Middle East who are explicit in saying that Netanyahu does not want to end the war and does not want a hostage deal despite what the majority of his population want, it shows you that it's not just, silly lefty Marxists that are getting mad at Israel. We literally have the opposite end of the fucking political spectrum saying the same thing.
Yeah. Maybe if Joe Biden had done anything at all, like literally anything to stop this, it might have been possible.
And Donald Trump has done more. Donald Trump has done more to stop the genocide than Joe Biden did. That's obscene.
Yeah, I'll just say this. As much as I didn't want Donald Trump to get elected, and I didn't with the very core of my being, the Democrats did deserve to lose.
Yep, of course they did.
They just
Absolutely.
did. Trump deserved to lose more, but the Democrats deserved to lose. I'm sorry, when quite rightly people were like, oh, Kamala, can you address the Palestinian genocide? She just goes, I'm speaking. Well, get wrecked then. Get wrecked.
Yep.
But you enjoy losing again. Brilliant. Fucking idiots.
Huge amount of validity to that at the moment. There was peace.
That is not peace. That is literally continued military engagement since 1967. That's the reality of what's happening, specifically in the Gaza Strip.
How peaceful were the house occupations that have been taking place for the many years before this?
Or the mowing of the lawn.
Or the mowing of the lawn. Yeah, that is true. Was it very peaceful when they not only murdered an American journalist, but then attacked her funeral? Because that happened before October 7th. Was it also when they started demolishing houses with peaceful protesters inside them and killing them? Was that peaceful? It doesn't seem very peaceful to me. I'll just be honest with you.
Blood on their hands. By the way, Hamas, who I have no qualms, unlike the BBC, of calling a terrorist organisation. They are despicable.
Well done. You're very brave.
I hate this line. Oh, I can't believe that the BBC they're so biased by not calling Hamas terrorists. I'm like, no, this is the opposite of bias, right? The designation of being a terrorist organisation is the opinion of the British government. The British government are who designate people as terrorist organisations. That is the opinion of the elected representatives, not a fact or that's an opinion of them.
And when it's talked about in detail, they will say they're designated as a terrorist organisation by the UK government.
Literally,
because that's literally all that means.
Yeah, but what they won't say is they are terrorists.
Like terrorism, terrorism doesn't grow on a tree. It's not like a natural thing that you can measure. It's an opinion.
No, literally, it is an opinion, and that's what the current government in the UK and in the United States, for example, designates Hamas as. But that doesn't mean that the BBC, who is not supposed to take the side of the British government, in fact, the BBC is deliberately supposed to not do that by its own design. Otherwise, therefore, it becomes Otherwise, it becomes a state broadcaster rather than a public broadcaster.
Indeed, yeah.
It must be Press TV.
Like Vladimir Putin attacks civilians. Terrorism. Benjamin Netanyahu does exactly the same thing. Not terrorism. What's the difference? Because the British government like Benjamin Netanyahu and they don't like Vladimir Putin.
Exactly.
Simple.
Despicable, and it is not surprising, therefore, the strong feelings in Israel. But we will constantly call on Israel to make sure that they act within the law and act.
Okay, and I'll repeat myself for the millionth time. When Israel then don't do that, what's your response? What punishment will they receive for that infraction?
Strongly worded letter.
Oh, the John McDonnell approach. Nice.
Within humanitarian means wherever possible.
And do you think they are acting within the law?
I don't know the full details. I think the word genocide
don't
is a very powerful one and comes off.
I don't know the details. Why are you on the show then, mate? If you don't know the details of this, why are you talking about it as if your words mean anything? Because you don't know. So you're speaking from a position of ignorance, which means you should shut the fuck up.
Literally, the biggest mainstream political discussion program on the public broadcaster, and you're here as a representative of the official opposition, His Majesty's opposition, and you're asked a question about a very key part of the political zeitgeist and discussion, and your response is, dunno, mate. Brilliant.
Ask him about Chagos. I reckon he fucking knows about that. He's got an opinion on Chagos.
Obviously, with a lot of emotion and understanding. The key thing is to make sure that we do try and seek peace here. But as I said, you know, this is a horrendous situation in the Middle East. But this goes back to the 7th of October and the understandable feeling in Israel about what's happened. Hamas could hand over the hostages. They could do so tomorrow. They choose.
I mean, I wonder if it's got anything to do with the Jimmy Carr hosted event. I don't know if you saw this in central London yesterday. Where are we? I definitely did bookmark this. Are Twitter getting rid of bookmarks? I'm sure they are. Anyway, where lots of people, including Kemi Badenoch and British government minister Maria Eagle, spoke. There you go. Brilliant. The 77th annual State of Israel fucking jerking them off. Zippy Hotavelny isn't a war criminal, apparently, festival. Brilliant. Love it. Fucking love it. Where was it? There's a picture of Kemi and Zippy together, which I don't think they've got for some reason, which is very annoying. But anyway, they were together. So I wonder if that's got anything to do with it, the fact that she's a bought and paid for Zionist shill.
So thank you, Ols87, for the primes. I appreciate you throwing your Bezos bucks my way this month.
Yeah.
Not to.
Okay. Sonia, is the British government ignoring what's going on?
No, I don't think it's ignoring. I think it's a very tricky situation in the sense that what we're seeing unfold in Gaza, I mean, it's
really not that tricky, is it? It's actually not. It's not really that nuanced a position at all. Anyone who says that is a both-sidesy, fence-sitting twat. Israel are behaving in one of the most evil ways of any government ever. That's just fucking true. It's not nuanced, it's not difficult. You're either on the correct side of history, or you are a fucking evil bastard.
Yep, I couldn't agree more.
It's a complete humanitarian catastrophe. You've got the UN and other international organisations saying that Gaza is on
Jimmy Carr wasn't just there, he was being paid to host the event. Yes.
Yeah.
When he's not dodging tax, he's supporting genocide. Interesting how a man who has done repeated jokes about the Holocaust, by the way, I think he's perfectly entitled to do, we live in a land of free speech, but a man who has done repeated and often jokes at the expense of victims of the Holocaust, being welcomed in by the very, very ultra sceptical anti-Semitic organisation like the State of Israel. Interesting that. So Jeremy Corbyn slightly mispronouncing Jeffrey Epstein's name is like the most evil anti-Semitism ever, puts him up there with Hitler. Holocaust jokes, nah, it's alright. That's fine. Great replacement theory, wonderful. Literally Zig Heiling, it's fine, it's not really Nazi stuff, honest. That's fine. Very consistent from Zionists, isn't it?
brink of famine. I'm sure we've all seen the terrible photos of little children suffering from severe malnutrition. The question is, what is the best way to stop this? And, you know, obviously I agree with Nigel. I've always supported Israel's right to defend itself. This, to me, is not a proportionate response anymore. And, you know, international law is very clear about the impact that you have on civilians when you're waging a war. And I do not think that blockading aid going into Gaza is reasonable or okay. The issue is what can we do to prevent Israel from doing this? And I think the government have got quite a fine line to tread, actually, because there is a lot of international condemnation, I think, quite rightly.
No, they don't have a fine line to tread. Stop selling them weapons.
Stop trading with them.
Stop trading with them. Stop doing fucking flights helping them out. Like, they've got an Iron Dome. They don't even need our fucking help. It's just like, we're not even just bootlicking because we've been asked to bootlick. We've, like, gone over and, like, done a tongue dive into the boot. Desperately searching to lick the boot as much as possible. It's so fucking pathetic. Honest to God. And it's so obvious that the Labour Party have been bought and paid for by the Zionist International, frankly. It's so obvious what's happened. And they're not even hiding it. Look at the fucking Al Jazeera documentary. It's very obvious this was a fucking planned thing. To the point where you can now say, in Parliament, we should deport that member of Parliament. Because that's parliamentary, apparently. Because he's anti-Israel.
Yep.
Of what's going on in Israel, but the issue is you've got a president, Benjamin Netanyahu. There are many, many people in Israel who don't support exactly what the Israeli government is now doing, including the families of some hostages. And absolutely,
okay, but let's not pretend like there's some fantastic liberal Israel just waiting to burst forth. There isn't.
Nope.
Public opinion in Israel is fucking despicable. Now, it's not because there's something innate about Israeli people. I'm not being an essentialist here. It's because they've been brought up with fucking Zionist brainwashing from birth, basically. That you have to do this. This is the thing to do. That's why they don't want Louis Theroux going there and filming actual Zionists in their natural habitat. Because people see that and go, that's fucking grotesque. Do people actually believe this? Yeah, they do. They believe it's an absolute ethno-state fascist shithole.
I saw like
no
video of
healthy society has to debate the rights and wrongs of raping prisoners.
I mean, like, did you see like the schools and the things that they teach about what Arabs and Palestinians are? It's sick.
Yeah, it's fucking grotesque. Literally, there's a fantastic documentary. It's about football, but kind of not. Called "The Most Racist Football Club in the World," and it's about Hapoel Beersheva, I think. I don't know anyway. And they are, I mean, literally just like ultra super duper Zionist, crazy bastards. They sing constantly about death to Arabs and all this sort of stuff, and that's just fine. They're one of the most popular teams in Israel. It's eye opening to see actual Israelis just existing. Sorry, you were saying something. I interrupted.
No, I forgot what it was already.
Okay.
Hostages. There's over 50 hostages still in Israel, and getting them back in Gaza. Getting them back is absolutely paramount. But there are lots of families of those hostages who don't think that the action that Netanyahu's taking is either proportionate or going to be effective in that. So the question is, how do we influence Netanyahu? And I think international condemnation is
The only way I want to influence Benjamin Netanyahu would get me both banned on Twitch and put on a list. So I won't say it. But what I will say is, thank you, XYZ, who says, so when do we throw off the boot? I don't know is the answer. That's the depressing part of it. I was thinking today about Aaron Bushnell. Not because I'm planning on doing anything like that, but like he's the guy who's self-immolated and all the rest of it. And I was, as I sometimes do, because I think he was a ill-directed hero.
Yeah.
Or misdirected or whatever. Like he had some problems and didn't take it out in a productive way. But when you are in a society like America, especially, Jesus Christ, where any form of pushback against this is illegalized to the point where they're black bagging students and deporting them and all sorts for daring to have, opinions, or indeed trying to ban Kneecap, an Irish fucking rap group, from going to America. Just mad shit. What avenue do you have left to you?
I don't want to do this
Like,
anymore.
what do you do? The old line about, was it, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. The same is true of any kind of dissent. Anyway. Thank you, Rusty G, who says, are judges and KCs totally hamstrung by the state? The legal system seems like it does not fit for purpose if our politicians can get away scot-free. Well, it's not that the system is not fit for purpose, because its purpose was always to defend the powerful and rich anyway. It's working exactly as intended. These are not bugs. It's literally rich bastards defending rich bastards for the benefit of rich bastards.
Yep, these are features.
Yeah.
important, and there are some countries that have been louder on that than others, but there are also some countries who are working behind the scenes. And I think probably, it's worrying because Trump is incredibly unpredictable, but Trump is probably the global leader who's got the most power to influence Netanyahu and to bring him back from what he's...
Realistically, he's the only one who can do anything, which is terrifying. But essentially, the American leader, whether it be Joe Biden or any other doddering old bastard, is the only person who can stop this.
And Trump has so far done more than Biden has.
They've both been shit. Let's not pretend otherwise.
I mean, this is not exactly a high bar that Trump has vaulted here.
No. But to be fair, they're both fucking pudding-brained anyway. Were either of them actually the head of their own government?
No,
I'm not sure. Like, to be fair, Biden didn't try and fucking tariff penguins. So, I don't know. There's some weird, weird elements.
He's doing on the brink. The issue is that Netanyahu, he is looking after his own political interests. That's what I see. He's actually causing untold damage to Palestinians. Hamas don't care. They're a terrorist organisation. They don't care if their own children are starving. But, you've got Netanyahu, who basically has a coalition with elements of the far right in it. And he is...
He is the far right. Just because there are ones further right, he is far right. Again, just stop pretending he's some sort of misunderstood liberal or something. Fucking hell. Oh, hang on.
It's waging a war, I think, in a way that goes to his own political interest rather than the long-term interests of Israel. And I think that's why so many Israelis don't support him, because they can see these actions are grooming a future generation of terrorists in Gaza. So it's really difficult. But no, I don't think the government are ignoring it.
Man at the very back in the white T-shirt.
Do you not think that there would be an argument to stop arms sales while you can't guarantee the safety of Palestinian people? For example, there's been a BBC blockade since at least October. Do you not think that there would be the possibility?
BBC blockade?
Yeah, there's not any journalists allowed
I see.
within
I
the
thought it
Gaza
was a BBC
Strip.
blockade on arms for a minute. I thought, oh my goodness, the war, that's way beyond my
Specifically within the Gaza Strip, journalists aren't allowed to
Yeah.
report on the conditions and are not allowed in. Do you not think that...
To be fair, that's a lot safer for the BBC journalists, because literally the Gaza Strip has been the most dangerous place to be for both the children and journalists. I wonder why they're targeting those groups.
It's almost like they don't want you to see what's going on.
Yeah.
That'd be the case for a blockade of arms sales until you can guarantee safety.
OK, I will come to you on that, Peter. Stand here at the very front.
Again, arms embargo gets a fucking round of applause in Military Town. Just consider that for a second. Fucking dickhead Westminster.
Picking up on your point about how you were very confident to say that you fully support Israel and that you're happy to say that Hamas is a terrorist organisation. The history of it goes way back a lot more than October 7th, and even if we just keep it to current, step away from Gaza, look at the West Bank, will you not confidently condemn Israel for increasing the settlements? And even what you said about, securing Gaza, Israel has a plan to expand to a greater area, even than Gaza, Lebanon, and so on. Do you not condemn that action? Do you not have a stance that's as strong as your thoughts against Hamas?
We're against illegal settlements as well. But
Yeah, but just saying vaguely, oh, we're against that, and then doing nothing when it happens is the most cowardly position possible. Just come out and say, we don't give a fuck. We don't care what Israel does. Because that's the actual honest position.
We don't like them, but we don't. We don't like the settlements, but we don't care enough to actually do anything.
Yeah, like we don't like them in that they're inconvenient for us because it makes us look ridiculous and puts pay to the joke of international law or the rules-based order. But we're not actually going to do anything to stop it. So fundamentally, we basically are fine with it. That's the actual policy, but you're going to pretend otherwise, and that's very, very, very dishonest. And go fuck yourself.
Remember, Israel is a legitimate state, and of course we all want a two-state solution. That's a long goal.
Well, I know what you... Okay. I take your very nuanced position. But no other state has to do this. No other state you have to go, oh, they're a legitimate state. I don't fucking care. Nazi Germany was technically, at the start anyway, a legitimate state. It doesn't mean that it's starting the concentration camps was fine. France is a legitimate state. If it started killing some of its own citizens, that wouldn't be okay.
Well, arguably, it should be held to a higher standard if that's the case.
Why? What?
Arguably, if this is what he's saying here is that, well, this is a legitimate state versus, an illegitimate state because it's not a state because he doesn't recognise it, then surely that means that what's the word I'm looking for? The obligation to act in accordance with international law is higher upon the legitimate state, which makes their flagrant violations of such to be even worse.
I see what you mean, yes. I guess so. I mean, either way, I just draw it back to the idea that it doesn't matter if you're legal, illegal, legitimate, illegitimate. You don't get to kill everybody.
You get to genocide. You don't get to genocide. It's true.
No, that's not cool. Again, apologies for the very deep legal argument I'm making here. But yeah, killing people isn't okay. Thank you. Hello there, Boy Meets Minnie. Everyone gone full of Boy Meets Minnie immediately. They are cool.
But we've got a terrorist organisation that wants to wipe Israel off the map and has said the moment that they have the opportunity to put on arms again and destroy Israel, that's exactly what they would want to do. That is not
Israel
the same
wants
the
to
other
wipe
way
Gaza
around.
off the map.
And is doing so.
Yeah.
Fucking mental.
Different situation.
Hamas doesn't have the power to do
Well, they
anywhere
were pretty
near the
powerful on the
damage.
7th of October.
Of course, yeah, of course,
Okay,
we can say that. But
Yeah.
the damage that has been done since has been hundredfold. So to say that Hamas is as much of an existential threat
Also,
is Israel.
for all the damage they've done, they don't seem to have actually stopped Hamas at all. They're still
Well, in
able
fact-
to put out big numbers. Whenever they do these like hostage releases, they've got thousands of fucking people.
I mean, the Al-Qassam brigades are the same fighting strength as they were at the start of the conflict because they've been able to use Israel's actions as a recruiting tool.
Which everyone said was precisely what would happen, because that's
Yep.
always what happens. If you look
Yep.
at Iraq, Afghanistan, basically anywhere, when foreigners go in there and start killing people, an insurgency always happens, because people don't like being murderized, especially by invaders. They don't like it from their own government, and they'll go against that. But when it's foreigners, especially, well, Vietnam 2 electric boogaloo, bitches.
Israel is beyond ridiculous, really.
Well, I don't.
Okay, I mean,
don't
there'd
think
be,
I use those words, but-
no, we think we would take issue with that. Yes, the woman here.
We just celebrated VE Day last week. Obviously, the end of fascism, Hitler, Nazis, and obviously that was.
And that obviously includes Israel, because they're in the Eurovision. So they're part of Europe, right? That's fine, that's normal. I'm glad they get to like prance about on stage. Does anyone know if they got through to the final tonight? I hope not.
I don't know.
But either way, it's good that they get to I don't know, music wash their bullshit as they're literally murdering tens of children every day.
I mean, the government admits, the Israeli government admit that they use it as an international propaganda tool. They
Yep.
literally use it as an international propaganda tool.
Yep, that's literally all they're doing there. Yeah.
a genocide, and the same thing is now happening to a different group of people. How can that be that we are celebrating that, but allowing, by supplying arms to Israel, how can that be?
Also, I should just point out, of course, that Israel denies that there is a genocide.
Oh, well, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
In the same way that Bill Clinton did not have sex with that woman.
Yeah. Also, a lot of the people who were on trial at Nuremberg denied their guilt too.
Yep.
Just saying.
The Khmer Rouge pled not guilty.
But the IDF have investigated themselves and found that they are innocent. So.
Yep.
Sorted.
They will claim that they are tackling Hamas, and that Hamas doesn't care about its population, and the people are for Hamas collateral damage. That is what they would claim. But there are others who do want to use that word. Alex.
I think this is a very
No, by
tricky...
means many, I was being slightly facetious as a way of bringing up Eurovision. But no, Australia take part in Eurovision, which again is just fucking mental.
Azerbaijan, who should also not be allowed.
Yeah, who also shouldn't be allowed for human rights reasons. Like, I don't mind. I can give a fuck if I don't know, non-genocide countries want to join. I don't give a fuck where they're from. Because it's a silly song contest. I don't give a shit. It's a bit of campy fun. Or at least it should be. But now it's bloodstained. Yay.
Thing to talk about as emotions run extremely high, and I've got sympathy with both sides. I think what
Yeah,
there's
Boy
never any
Meets Minnie
victims-
points out Sri Lanka to this day denies genocide. Yeah. No one is out there going, yeah, we did a genocide, lads. Yeah. And we are very proud of that. It's awesome. How many genocides did Britain do that we haven't even apologised for?
Literally.
To quote David Cameron when asked to apologise for God knows what in India, literally said, as the British Prime Minister, if I apologise for everything bad we've done, I'd never have any time to do anything else.
Literally.
Which is not a reason not to do it, David. You fucking wanker.
I'm trying to think of any time in history when anyone's admitted doing a genocide.
I don't think they ever have. Some have been found guilty, very, very few. But I don't think anyone's been like, no, we did do a genocide. Actually,
Yeah, it's just,
actually, I suppose that, I mean, having mentioned, I think there were 2 on trial at Nuremberg that went, we did, and we probably shouldn't have. And they got killed. So,
I mean,
okay.
maybe they don't think Suharto was out there just happily. Yeah,
No.
we did a cheeky genocide.
No. The Chinese are like, Uyghurs? Are they even people? What? Like no one does that, do they? Like fucking Japan. Japan slaughtered across all of Pacifica. And then they celebrate the day that India again, that the Indian judges at their version of Nuremberg let them off. They found they've ordered a mistrial or whatever, and they got away with it. And they have a national day in Japan to celebrate that. Today. You know, like, no, yeah, Israel denying it means fuck all.
Oiled like a baby
war,
otter.
and there's collateral damage on both sides. What I would say, though, is in agreement with Sonia that sometimes public condemnations, like happened at the UN this
yes, it was Tom Fletcher at the UN
this month, although they feel
Oiled
right and
like a
just
baby
and in
otter.
the spirit of the emotion, they can often damage a lot of the diplomacy that's going on in the background. And you see it happening with lots of foreign conflicts where, you know, people feel like they're backed into a corner. And I think the final point I would make is that...
Like
wow, she really is a radical centrist. Nothing she says has any worth whatsoever. Absolutely pointless. Literally a waste of oxygen. Yeah. Thank you, Cole Palmer, for becoming a member, and thank you for gifting 5 memberships as well.
Oiled like a baby otter.
You know, the kind of orange man across the ocean is really thrown a curveball, because had he not come in and said, I'm going to make a Gazan Riviera, I'm not sure we would still be in this place. The only thing predictable about him is his unpredictability, and unfortunately, that's not good for the global world order, and it allows people who have got ambition to wield that ambition in ways that we wouldn't normally see. So I think it would have been a very different outcome for Netanyahu if Trump had played a different game. But unfortunately, he's a showman.
So, Peter...
Again, literally, what was the purpose or worth of anything that was said there?
She literally said nothing.
I mean, just a pointless person.
The question is the British government ignoring what's happening with the Palestinians in the occupied Gaza Strip?
I'm on record on this show as well for acknowledging Israel's right to retaliate after and make safe its country and its people. I won't go through all of that again. I'm going to jump straight to Maggie's question. We are not ignoring it. What is happening at the moment is intolerable, and it should not be happening, and it shouldn't be happening in the manner that it is happening. We are working in a manner in which the...
Always worth just checking. Not only is Peter Kyle a member of Labour Friends of Israel, he is a fucking officer of the Labour Friends of Israel. Boom.
What a surprise.
So, just straightforward fucking shill piece of shit.
The plant.
Opinion discarded.
The only progress that has been made has been delivered, which is by working with our international partners. The very first ceasefire that led to the first release of hostages was delivered by the international community standing together.
I mean, Donald Trump claimed it was down to him. Down to his election.
This
Before his election.
This is the very first ceasefire. Every bit of progress since has been when the international community has come together and then worked with Israel to deliver progress and unlock the negotiations led by Qatar that will deliver more hostages. And the only way the progress that can be made...
By the way,
is in
having
that
talked
manner.
about Qatar, it's so interesting that we're back in the era of the robber baron, where they're not even hiding it anymore. We're just going to give him a $400 million plane. We're literally just going to buy the President of the United States on live TV.
It's just like, we're so hyper normal at this point.
Yeah.
It's like everything to do with Boeing. It's like we all know that they killed those guys.
Yep.
And like no one talks about it.
No, that's
We all
normal.
know that woman who reported on the Panama Papers just had a car bombed. It was like, yep, that happened.
Yep.
Anything happened about it? No.
No. Fun times. Everyone go and follow Zaccap immediately. Otherwise,
Do it.
I will strike thee down where you stand.
So what Israel is doing now is moving them and Palestine and Palestinian people further away from the goal that we need to have, which is a negotiated settlement. And even as the Prime Minister said in the dispatch box in the House of Commons just this week, that even though it is now a faint glimmer of hope to have a two-state solution, it is the only ultimate solution that can lead to peace in the area. So we
Okay, so
implore-
Israel needs to fuck off out of Palestinian territory then? Like, including
the
all of the stuff
occupation.
they've stolen in the West Bank as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Israel to stop the current action. We demand that Israel allow aid workers in and food and aid assistance into Israel.
True, you've got to allow the aid workers in, because who are they going to shoot with the weapons we've sold them if we don't allow aid workers in?
Exactly.
Come on now. There are British citizens going unkilled in Gaza right now that we could be being killed by British guns by Israelis.
Of course, when it comes to the other comments people have made about arms sales and the like, we apply British law. And every time there is a request for arms sales to any of the countries we have those relationships with, we apply the law at that time. And you've seen already that we have refused certain equipment to be sent to Israel already. So I don't have to give you my word. Look at our actions. And then secondly, we are supportive. We accept the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice in both Gaza and in Israel. They have issued arrest warrants, which this government has not condemned. We are supportive of the work.
You are selling weapons to the people who are wanted by that court for war crimes.
And crimes against humanity.
And crimes against humanity. So you have not objected to those arrest warrants being made, but you are arming the criminals or the suspects who are wanted by those arrest warrants and are still hosting Zippy Hotavelli, who is literally denying the fucking Nakba yesterday at the Jimmy Carr event, and still having receiving other members of the cabinet that sit alongside those potential war criminals. Forgive me if I don't think you're very committed to this international rules-based order and law situation.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No.
Work that it does. They have issued arrest warrants for Hamas, the terrorist organisation that originally led to that original attack on October the 7th.
Except, of course, that the ones they've issued were for people who are now dead. Right?
Yeah, all three.
So, literally pointless. It's pointless you even saying that, really. Because they couldn't put out an arrest warrant for an organisation, because that's not how things work, you prick.
And they have done so in Israel as well. So when it comes to the language we use, we are supportive of the courts that will ultimately make those decisions. In every other crime in this country, we allow the courts to make the decisions, and we are doing so, but all of our efforts are going into that international relationships, and I think the Prime Minister has proven his worth on the international stage by bringing...
That Prime Minister also being another member of the Labour Friends of Israel. So, we literally have a Prime Minister who is a foreign agent. That's just a fact.
Leaders together, showing leadership within that group, and where he does so, you can see already he is delivering, and we are trying our very best for the people of Gaza.
And, of course, our Foreign Secretary is also in the Labour Friends of Israel. They've really got it sewn up very nicely.
And Israel at this very, very difficult time.
It's interesting, a few months ago, we had dozens and dozens of questions about Gaza, Israel. And at the moment, we get just a handful, hardly any. So,
wow, it's almost like the journalists of which you are a representative have totally betrayed the people of Britain and your responsibility to them by refusing to report on the starvation that's currently undergoing in the Gaza Strip at the hands of Israel, because you are basically paid operatives of a foreign government as well. Yeah.
not quite sure why that has changed or how that's changed, but certainly that's what
we're
seeing in this programme. Let's take
why
another
didn't
question.
she say that dressed as a hot dog? Really? Why not? How could it? We're trying to find the reasons for why no one knows about any of this anymore. Fuck off.
Question from Sharon Burrows.
We found out today that the economy has grown more than expected. Is it too early to celebrate?
Right. Well, so yes, the economy grew, because we'd all like to celebrate a bit about something, wouldn't we? The economy grew 0.7% in the first 3 months of this year, which was higher than expected. Is it too early to celebrate? Well, Alex, as the businesswoman on the panel.
You've really thrown me with that question. Is it too early to celebrate?
Spoiled like a baby otter.
I'm not sure is the answer. I think that
Oh my God, you're a business person. Surely this is the one thing you should know about, isn't it? Why are you here? You've contributed nothing.
Well, I guess if you don't know, then it is too early to celebrate. That's the whole point, right? Too early to celebrate doesn't mean you shouldn't celebrate. It is, well, we don't know yet, which is essentially saying what you said.
Yeah.
So it is too early to celebrate, then, in your words.
Yeah.
In a really tough period, really, since COVID, and you've seen that with inflation, wars, prices going up for everything, and I've certainly felt it in my business. It's become, the last 5 years, I'm going to be really honest with you, have been pretty rubbish, and I sometimes wonder why I do what I do. But I also know you can't.
You don't have to. You're pointless and worthless. Stop. Just go away. Yeah. Thank you, Andy Carter, for becoming a member, or remembering. Yeah, fuck it, that'll do. Much love.
Kind of have to roll with the punches, and so it wasn't great to have national insurance go up. It's not been great to kind of have to pay more for things, but I think we all sort of have to muck in and do our bit, and you do come out of it. And so I do see green shoots within my own business and with other people that I'm surrounded by. So I do think that we can dig our way out of the situation that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, just dig
However,
upwards. Yeah.
Summer dampens, so I would imagine that we're not going to get that much growth. We might see it pick up at the end of the year. Will we avoid a recession? I'm not so sure yet, because unfortunately I think the macro is really unpredictable, and because we live in a global economy now, that actually sets the tone much more than sometimes what we actually do within this country.
Right, so is it too early to celebrate? There's some hands up, so I'll come to...
Again, I'd just be repeating myself. Worthless.
The rest of you, of course, but let's hear a bit more from our audience. The man in the pink shirt.
Yeah, my view is that essentially we can't be too excited yet. You can never be too excited with these things. But I think that the jobs tax is or what people call it is the jobs tax is ridiculous.
So you're talking about the increase in the employer contributions on national insurance.
On businesses. Tesco's were saying that their contribution is going to go up tenfold. They're saying...
Won't someone think of Tesco's?
If only Diana were here.
So that's the largest company or second largest company in the country or something? Like, mate, at what point do you not, like, if you're looking yourself in the mirror and thinking, I'm going to make a point tonight about how we should feel sorry for Tesco's, and not like terms of service yourself immediately.
I know, right?
Like, I couldn't live with myself. I honestly couldn't.
They're considering not hiring more staff, and I think me being unemployed, it's been really difficult for me because I've been applying all over the place, and I've been into certain businesses, I've been into certain places, and they've just said the company's just not hiring. The NI's gone up, the costs have gone up, and we just can't afford to hire more people. So I go back to my home and I sit at home and I think, when am I going to find a job? When am I going to be employed? Because I want to get back into work and start contributing and feel like I'm doing something with my life. But I think the way that Rachel Reeves has done her budget is just making that extremely difficult for me.
Okay, that's the Tory plan. Just picking that up right now. He's a member of Aldershot Conservative Club or something. Guarantee it.
Okay. Well, I wish you luck with that. The man in the blue top.
Just going back to what you said about COVID being the start of everything going wrong. Wasn't COVID just a pin that burst the overinflated bubble caused by the Tories before?
Right, okay. Well, I'm going to give you a chance to answer, Nigel. Yes, the man in the blue top with the glasses, a blue T-shirt I think you've got on. Yeah.
Thank you. No, it is far too early to celebrate. I'm coming to the end of a fixed-rate mortgage in October. My potential increase keeps me up at night as to whether I'm going to be able to afford my home. The time to celebrate is when people feel a little more secure in what their mortgage payments are going to be.
Okay.
Oh, yes, because of course. See, it's not unreasonable to say it'd be good for mortgage rates to go down. But have you considered there are literally other people in the country who don't have mortgages that might be also who might also have an interest in how the economy is doing?
No. The only people that matter are middle and upper middle class people who have got mortgages. That's it. That's it.
Exactly.
That's the only people that matter. Just like the only thing that matters with transport policy is cars. That's it.
Exactly. The thing is, even then, interest rates are coming down. Like, come on, mate.
Yeah.
Nigel.
Well, first, in answer to the gentleman's question, if you mean the government between 2010 and 2024, you said a bubble. We helped create 4 million jobs, 1 million more businesses, and when Labour took over, inflation was at the 2% target. We were the fastest growing economy.
Oh, for God's sake, mate. No one believes you. Shut the fuck up.
Like, as many people believe the fastest growing economy in the G7 stuff as believe the 22 billion black hole stuff.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Thank you, Vicky, who says, Kevin, failed Tesco worker man can train to be a carer. True. We need 150,000 of you, lad. Go and clean an arse.
Chop. Arses need cleaning, mate.
Exactly. I'll make it sound like that's the only thing carers do. It's just the most viscerally disgusting thing they have to do.
And we were cutting taxes. So I don't get the premise, but in answer to the specific question at the beginning, is it too early to celebrate?
You don't get the premise, and that's why you're not going to get any votes or seats in the next election. Just shut the fuck up.
Absolutely no. The reason being, we've got a Labour government that is back to the 1970s.
So we should be celebrating.
And the most...
It is too early to celebrate.
Well, we've got no reason to...
Fuck yes. Nationalise everything. Let's go.
Every single time, like, oh, it's 1970s. Sorry, I mean, wasn't it your government that had the oil price spike that screwed up the economy? I feel like
and rolling fucking strikes in major parts of the economy.
Yeah, I feel like if anyone was the 1970s, it was Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, exactly.
Celebrate when we've got an anti-business Labour government.
Oh, hang on, you can't say anti-business. You're not in America, you cunt. Say it properly. I'm not having this. I don't even give a fuck about the politics of it. Say it properly. Or get the fuck out.
Fortunately, yes, there was good news on economic growth yesterday, or today. Good. But that's nothing to do with this government.
But sorry, Nigel, I have to ask you...
Yesterday, we heard unemployment was higher. Last month, we heard that debt was 15 billion higher than expected.
So the good stuff isn't anything to do with this government. The bad stuff is.
The national... it's the harsh reality.
That's the second time it's been laughed at.
Show if all these questions coming in. But the point...
Right, but you've been laughed at twice, mate.
You're not even in government anymore. Still getting laughed at.
That's how fucking clown shoes you were. God almighty.
It is that this government came in and started to make choices. They did what they always do. They increased taxes, they increased spending, they increased debt, and that has a negative impact on the private sector. It's really important.
Also, no, it doesn't.
It's really important to remember that this.
It doesn't have a negative effect on the private sector. Expansionary policy drives economic growth. That's a good if they actually built a bunch of the infrastructure they said they were going to build that I can't see. Or at least not this time, maybe 4 years' time, who knows, right? That infrastructure helps businesses by them spending money and borrowing to invest. What the fuck are you talking about, Nigel?
Yeah. Also, Nigels need to be banned. Just the name Nigel.
Was that your plan for Nigel?
Well, that is my plan for Nigel.
Government came in, the first thing that Rachel Reeves did was whack up national insurance. They didn't say that in the manifesto. They have now massively increased business rates. Again, not in the manifesto. Their employment bill, that so-called, isn't...
They didn't say anything in the manifesto, to be fair. They deliberately made the choice to not say any things. To just say, we will do good and not do bad. Which, to be fair, they also broke that. But,
Yeah.
Unemployment bill. Not a single business welcomes it. That will do damage to this...
Good. We need more legislation like that. Because we've tried the do legislation that businesses are only happy with. We tried that, and it's been shit. So let's try some legislation that businesses fucking hate.
And the employment rights bill was the second most popular policy in terms of More in Commons policy cloud that they did when polled, right? It's the second most popular policy after the increase in the minimum wage, right? And those are the two policies that the Tories keep saying are terrible. Like, it's like they want to never be elected again.
Yeah.
Like, at least Nigel Farage and Reform, despite voting against the employment rights bill, at least they shut up. about the thing that they support, that the government, that the public hates, right? They shut up about it. They know the public like it, so they just oppose it quietly. The Tories just go, "No, we really hate you having sick pay. You fucking dirty scroungers. Why won't you think of your CEOs and bosses who deserve so much more of your surplus value? How dare you want extra rights at work? You know, it's like they want to be fucking discarded into political irrelevancy for fucking forever."
And they will get their wish.
They will.
Economy. These are choices that this government is making, and I'm afraid the growth is from the previous 3 months, and we haven't had the impact of the national insurance increases, we haven't had the impact of those business rates increases, and we haven't had the impact of the tariff increases. So I'm afraid, don't get the champagne corks out. I'm afraid, I welcome yesterday's growth. I welcome the growth. I always welcome growth.
Yeah, you were really happy about the growth, I'm sure.
But the idea that this government is going in the right direction is for the birds.
Alex, you wanted to come.
I just have to pull you up
Sorry,
on that
hang on.
because...
Can we just... No, don't start speaking yet. The massive round of applause hasn't ended for what the Tory said. Just let that die down for a second, because, the people are really enthused for that messaging, mate.
If you look at our P&L as a country, the third largest line item on that P&L is debt interest repayment.
Profit and loss, for those not familiar with P&L.
So, like, the difference between when George Osborne inherited this country after the 2008 recession was we had zilch, like zero interest rates, so we could borrow loads of money. We can't borrow loads of money. So my question from you is because I'm in a business.
Yeah, we can.
We literally can. Like, interest rates are still historically normal levels. Like, on bond yields. Historically, bond yields were usually around about 5, 6, 7%. Historically, 4.7%, 4.6% they are at the moment. That's fine. It's not ideal. It's not 0%. It is literally absolutely fine in terms of the current bond yields, which is lower than the normal rate was previously. Perfectly reasonable to borrow money if you expect a return. The previous debt interest payments are being paid by the returns on the bonds that we issued before to create those revenue-generating things in the economy. To try and blame debt interest payments as some kind of thing we shouldn't have to pay. I'm like, but those were already paid for by the growth that the previous bonds that issued got us.
Yeah. Also, we wouldn't have to borrow that much if we just taxed rich people and corporations quite a lot more.
Exactly.
Or even just a bit more. And actually tax this woman a lot more. Fuck her.
Yeah.
That national insurance hit me. There's been lots of things about this government where I don't love what's going on, but unfortunately we have a collective pain to bear if we want to get to the other side. And every single time anyone does anything, like, we all squeal. They need more money for universities, more money for the police, more money for education, more money for healthcare. Where's this money coming from? So my question...
Well, from the police. Don't pay for them. They're shit. We don't need them. They're actually shit. Sorry, no, that's not true. Who's going to turn up 6 hours late and do nothing about your crime? Yeah. I mean, who is going to kill our people, if not the police? Think about it.
Question to you is, what would you have put up? Where would you have got this money from? Because there's no magic money tree.
Well...
Oh, hang on. Oh, the magic money tree's been invoked. There's no magic money tree, except when there is. Always magic money tree for banks. Oh, you ever run on a bank? Magic money tree. He appears. He's like a ninja, the magic money tree.
It never ends. It's just David Cameron's world, and we live in it forever. He is Prime Minister for life. You just get to choose the colour of tie.
We are never getting out of 2014. It's just going to be 2014 from now until the end of time.
Literally. Also,
that guy looks like he might be farting. He might be squeezing one out there, the lad. And I'll, bless him.
First of all, you are correct. You are correct. There's massive debt because we spent £400 billion during the pandemic saving lives and livelihoods. And I think every sensible...
Oh, whilst we're on that, did you see the report this week that said that 130,000 of the deaths were avoidable?
I didn't see that, but I literally have zero amount of surprise.
Yep, the Tory party killed... In addition to the 330,000 killed through austerity, they killed 130,000 through absolutely abysmal COVID strategy.
Oh,
including
the bodies did pile high after all.
They really did, including forcing old people back into completely inadequate housing in care homes, and of course the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, which we all knew, getting people who are highly contagious into a small enclosed environment for financial benefit was probably not going to be good in the end. So, a medium-sized town's worth of people just wiped out because of Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson. Thanks, lads. I do hope bad things happen to you.
Person in this audience knew that at some point that would need to be paid back, and
Yes,
we were
but Alex's
honest
question
and
is, where
straightforward.
would you have got the
so
money
what,
from?
we would
And
not
the trillion
have.
you borrowed before
Well, the key
COVID.
thing is we would not have whacked £10 billion
So
on inflation.
what would you
busting-
do?
Fiona, can I answer a question before you bombard me?
You're not answering the question!
I do like that he's getting very annoyed now. He might actually call them cunts or something. You know what I mean? That
Oh,
would be
Chuck, I
amazing.
fucking hate Tories.
Yeah,
They're the worst people alive.
they are. Which is why I'm glad they're not going to be around very long.
Yeah.
This is like watching The Last of the Dinosaurs, but the asteroids come in. So just look, sort of drink it in. It's like those, the last chance to see when you've got wildlife that's going extinct. The last chance to see a Tory in the wild. Think of it like a zoo, because they are animals.
That's an interesting reference there, because literally this afternoon I was bored, so I was Wikipedia surfing about the Mesozoic era. So yeah, I was also looking into the Cretaceous Palogene extinction event, which is about to occur at the Conservative Party.
Yeah. Yes, the electorate is very much the Chicxulub asteroid in this instance.
It's not. Her question
I'm
is,
saying
hang on.
this,
Her
yeah.
question is not about the pandemic. It's not about what would you not do.
Yeah.
It's about what would you do.
Well, in order to pay off this debt, we would not have increased the spend, and we didn't
What
because
did
we
you
didn't
do?
pay.
So what would you
do? Ah! Sorry for your headphones, everyone. I'm just so sick of these people answering questions. I'm losing my mind. I'm going to have an aneurysm chat.
Someone pressed the fuel rods to go back in. She's gone nuclear. She's about to fucking melt down. We are very much in the Chernobyl phase situation. Yeah, no one said what wouldn't you do, because there's lots of stuff. I presume you also wouldn't dance the fandango. Like what the fuck would you do, you prick? Jesus Christ.
What would you do?
Well, the key is growing the economy, and you grow the economy by incentivising and supporting the private sector. It's the private sector that generates taxes that then enables us to pay for our public services. The private sector is key, and this government's...
Again, I will just point out, as I've pointed out before, if it was just the private sector doing it, how the fuck did the Soviet Union become the second largest economy in the world?
Yeah.
There are other ways of structuring an economy that don't rely us to suck corporate cock. It's
You don't have to
possible.
like the. You don't have to like the Soviet Union. You don't have to think a command economy is good.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not
acknowledge
arguing.
this.
I'm not. I mean, I literally do a show called Tanky Tuesday. I'm not a fan
You
of
do?
tankies and all the rest of it. I'll be absolutely honest with you there. But I can accept that they had successes and that there are things to look at and go, oh, maybe we could adopt this bit or that bit, and maybe not the gulags and stuff, Yeah. But it's just undeniably true. They became enormously successful, both militarily, financially, culturally to some extent. So there are ways and means of doing these things. So the idea that the private sector is key, nah, not really.
Nope.
come in and whacked it. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. But also the debt
Oh,
increase...
you fucking pussy. You couldn't even say thrice. You had the perfect opportunity. You had the perfect opportunity to say the word thrice. It would have been fucking dope. The one chance you had to get any respect from me, you fucking absolute weasel.
They came in and spending money they didn't tell you about before the election. You know, 8 billion on a national wealth fund. They spent 7 billion on GB Energy, 10 billion on inflation-busting pay rises. That's 25 billion there. And then they have the audacity to pretend there was a black hole. The black hole was one that they created. Do not believe
hang
for
on
a minute.
Hang on a
Do
minute.
not believe.
Capital investment, which is what GB Energy was and what the Wealth Fund is, doesn't come out of day-to-day spending. Therefore, it's not about what the actual black hole was, which was about 11 billion, not really 22, it's 11 billion of deficits in terms of overspend on departmental expenditure, which is OPEX, not CAPEX, which is where under the fiscal rules, Rachel Reeves has made up nonsense fiscal rules, the receipts have to balance with a tax take. right?
No, no, you're incorrect.
You,
You're incorrect. They're not made up fiscal rules. They were carved in stone by Moses at the top of Mount Ararat and handed down by God.
don't you mean carved in stone by Torsten Bell for Ed Miliband?
Yeah, one of them. It's the same basic story, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, made up fiscal rules, etc. Yeah.
But yeah, like even under those fiscal rules, right? The black hole is in terms of operational expenditure, not capital expenditure.
Yeah. Yeah. Of all the hills you could have died on. No, when you get the chance to say not once but twice but thrice, and you don't do it, you chickened out. You are a pussy. I'm fucking saying it.
Leave it for a minute.
Okay, Peter, I know you will want to respond to lots of that, and
I
you
don't
will, of
want to
course,
respond
get your chance.
Everyone
But
lived
let me
it.
hear
Why
a
do I
bit.
need to respond to
Let
it?
me hear a bit from the audience. So who's got their hands? Yes, man here in the front.
I think there's a very good point worth making, that the reason Labour have had to do this is because one thing a government needs to perform well internationally is credibility. And that's why the debt crisis went crazy in the first place, because of your government.
Is this young Garth Marenghi?
It is young Garth Marenghi, isn't it?
Yeah.
Government. So they had to come in and do these things because Liz Truss had completely wrecked the debt market, which is why your mortgage...
It was even higher under Labour. It's even higher under Labour.
Okay, but let him make it
After the budget.
Look at countries like Norway. They used their natural assets to create a sovereign wealth fund. Now the
Yes.
public health services are actually
Based.
funded. That's an excellent idea. GB Energy, excellent idea. Energy control, why are you against these things?
All right, let me hear from...
I know loads of bootlickers and they're all cowards.
So what about the economic damage caused by Brexit? We don't talk about that.
Oh,
Oh, even wearing yellow, piss diamond colour of t-shirt.
And a European. Just saying.
Found the Lib Dem. Found the Lib Dem.
True. Oh, you can smell them a mile off.
From this
Very much. Is the UK-EU summit on Monday a good opportunity to revisit some of the aspects, to reverse some of that damage and maybe soften the alienation of the UK from the rest of Europe?
Do you know, I have a feeling we'll be talking about that next week. Next week. Your point. Actually, more people are talking about Brexit at the moment, I've noticed. Now, there's someone who had their hand up. Yes, the man with the glasses, and you've got a blue sweater on, I think. I can't see you very clearly, but yes, he will just get a mic to you. Yeah.
Do you not think that the British public have now had enough of both main parties, and actually most of us are just waiting for the next general elections and we can get rid of both of you?
And okay.
Yeah, kinda. I do get that impression.
It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
In fact, between them, they're polling together the lowest they've polled in 100 years. It's pretty telling.
And where are you thinking that you would place your vote then?
Where would I place my vote?
Yeah.
Certainly not with these two.
And have you made up your mind where it would go, or is it too soon?
Not yet. I've got 4 years to think about that.
Okay, he's reformed. Let's not pretend otherwise. But there are lots of other people who are like, just anyone but these two wankers. Yeah, I think that's actually if there was a box that said, you know, the Tory candidate, Labour candidate, Green, SNP, whatever, and then not the two wankers, that would win. just not the two wankers. Anyone else, anyone, doesn't matter. Choose a citizen at random. Anyone but these two pricks.
Okay.
And we've got 4 years to earn your trust back again, I hope. Yeah.
Well, Peter, let's hear from you.
Yeah, it won't happen. Again, you can try, mate. It's gone. Once people don't believe you, it doesn't matter what you then say. Because they don't fucking believe you.
The economy has grown more than expected. Is it too early to celebrate?
Yeah, to Sharon's point, I'm motivated by the figures today. I'm motivated to deliver more. I'm not celebrating. I will celebrate.
I'm motivated by 0.7% of GDP growth. I mean, he's like pussy dryness made human. He's just, oh God. You are a spreadsheet.
Ben Shapiro in human form.
He really is, yeah. Whap, that's some dry-ass poontang right there.
The moment that people feel the benefits in their pockets, and I accept that people are not feeling the benefits from this kind of increase in their pockets yet. But it is so motivational. We've had 4 interest rates cut, so the person who is about to renew their mortgage, you know, it has fallen 4 times since we came into office. We're trying to get it down further. You know, we're doing so by, yes, finding the money so that we can invest in our public services, but crucially, invest into the bits of the economy that will deliver the growth into the long term, the jobs into the long term. So,
Talking about jobs, what a man there in the pink shirt. You're looking for work. I mean, UK job vacancies are at their lowest level for 4 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. I know people take issue with some of this, as they do, but that's the stat that they've got.
I know, and I have huge sympathy. The task you have to get back into work is something that we are going to be rooting for you, but we want to create an economy.
Not helping you, just rooting for you. We're going to be on the side going, I hope you get a job. But if not, don't expect benefits or anything. Okay?
That is growing and creating jobs, but those jobs are in businesses and in the economies that are going to be there in sectors for the long term. Now, we have the fastest growing economy in the G7, but we also have some of the fundamentals right in the economy. We've returned stability to the economy so that we can get the confidence of the markets again. These are the foundations that you can build on. Alex has mentioned it before about how you run a business. I don't know a business or a charity or any public sector body that has turned itself around without innovating its way forward. We've talked about the money we've raised and invested into our public services, but we've increased our R&D budget, our innovation budget as a government, as a state, by 8.5%. We're investing in those technologies and the sectors that are going to be high growth into the future because we do not accept this premise that we've inherited. Every interview that I did in the run-up to the election is, are you going to put taxes up or are you going to cut spending? There was a way forward under the last Labour government, and that was economic growth that was fairly distributed, accompanied by reform of our public services and the way we do business. If you can get growth in, you can reduce taxation and you can increase investment. Well, you can only do that if we can raise money in the short term to start getting that innovation and getting that transformation into our economy in the first place. So you're right to say that we're taking difficult decisions at the beginning, and we're brave enough to do those difficult decisions despite, we know, not actually causing hardships in some places, causing challenging discussions between our politicians and groups of people, but we will do that to get to the point where we have an economy which is there.
But why is it only ever difficult decisions at the expense of the poorest? It's not difficult decisions for, like, the richest. Jeff Bezos isn't shitting himself at your government, is he?
Like, it's not wrong to say that it's good if a government increases its R&D budget. One of the best ways of increasing productivity is through innovation. And by that, I don't mean AI, of course. Maybe use it for, like, some things that make you work better, but not replacing jobs with AI. But that's perfectly reasonable. But the problem is, as has been pointed out in chat, that when they say difficult decisions, they mean really easy decisions, like taking money away from the disabled and the elderly. That's the easy decisions that they made, rather than actually the difficult decisions of implementing wealth taxes or actually taking the, what's the word I'm looking for? Vested interests.
Yeah.
Head on, right?
Yes. Okay. We're done.
Into the future with the sectors that are going to be fast growing into the future. And look at what we're doing as a government. We're investing in technology across government itself. And then next month, you're going to get a gov.uk app. You'll be able to interact with public services differently. You're going to have a gov.uk wallet.
Wow. I'm sure they're definitely... Look, the people whose lives are going to be destroyed and whose, I don't know, old people, if they haven't already frozen to death, they're about to get kicked out of their care homes because they can't hire anybody, are definitely going to be won around with the app.
ID cards. It's coming.
Government app. Can't wait.
It's there, and you can have a digital driving licence by the end of this year. Interaction with the government is going to be swifter, faster, and on your terms. Not always spending the time on the phone, wasting your time. These are the things that can be done swiftly in government. And
I mean, again, I expected small, marginal improvements under Labour, and even by their own standards, the level of tinkering bullshit of just like, oh, we're going to set up an app to make it slightly less clerically annoying to deal with the government. Marginal.
I would like to be less poor, please.
Nothing. No. You're going to save 10 minutes having to ring up the fucking passport office. Fuck you. But you're still going to be too poor to afford a passport or go anywhere.
We're doing it.
So I
That's a long list. Sonia.
I want to come back
It's
to
not about
the
government.
gentleman who made the point about COVID popping the bubble, because actually I think it was a financial crisis that popped the bubble. And the issue we've got with the British economy is there are long-term structural issues with it, which basically the city powered lots of growth and productivity growth in the 1990s and the 2000s, and it sort of covered up those sins. So what we've had since the financial crisis is stagnating living standards. We've had lacklustre growth. That's been due to levels of business investment in this country are too low compared to other countries. I'm somebody who believes you do need to kickstart that, and that was a problem with the last Conservative government. We didn't have enough public investment to kickstart that private investment. So I happen to like some of the stuff that Rachel Reeves did in her budget around green investment. Personally, I would go further. For example, housing. For me, it's an absolute no-brainer for the government to invest in building affordable housing for rent for young people so they can move where the jobs are, for example. If I were the Chancellor, I'd be doing that too. But I do think...
Affordable housing for rent. Liberals are fucking wankers.
Like, just say council housing. Just say council housing. We all want it.
That's the height of their dream, to build more rental properties. Oh, just fuck off, man. Just get out of the way, you boomer twats.
Rachel Reeves is heading in the right direction. I just want to say two things very briefly.
Very briefly, because I want to get one more question in.
This idea that, you know, Rachel Reeves put your taxes up. Yes, she did. That is because of the fiscal state that the Conservatives, the fiscal inheritance she got from the Conservatives.
Because of their spending.
Taxes had to go up, unfortunately, and the revenue generated has been put into the NHS, and I think we'd probably all agree that's money well spent. On Brexit, just very finally, the last thing you do as a country with our issues is to put up masses of trade barriers with your closest trading partner. That was absolutely nuts. And as a quick win on growth, I mean, it won't be that quick because we've got to renegotiate. We should absolutely be looking to rejoin this, not the EU, but the single market.
I can't wait for the same Brexit argument to go on and on forever. It's awesome. Thank you, Ross, who says, could we cut taxes on businesses in return for better wages and conditions? With inflation lower, we could borrow more and cut interest rates to fund.
What was the question again?
Could we cut tax on business in return for better wages and conditions? In theory, I guess, but they're not going to do that because there's no incentive for them to do that.
Or just get better wages and conditions anyway.
Yeah,
by having better trade union bargaining rights.
I was about to quote the great economist Helena, who said sectoral bargaining would improve that situation enormously. Yeah.
Customs union, it is a no-brainer for us in terms of making us richer and you and me better off, because it's one of the reasons, not the only reason, why we're poorer at the moment.
Yeah, I just about got time.
I'm surprised that got a round of applause, to be honest.
Well, I mean, anti-Brexit feeling is pretty high. I think it's about 65-35 in terms of rejoin over stay out.
Aldershot is not. I wouldn't imagine that's a super progressive-y type place. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just misjudging it. But I'm surprised that and also maybe it's just the particular people in the room. I don't know.
Well, only 23% of the audience voted for the Tories, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And boos to that response we get there. Okay.
Welcome to politics.
This question did.
Yeah, to be fair, mate, you haven't got any applause.
So it's only humour, laughter,
laughter and derision and being dunked on by the host. But welcome to politics.
There's more time than we're giving. I've got about 6 minutes, but they won't try and squeeze it in. Richard Greenbury. Oh yes. Oh, it's you again, right?
Have you read more books than you've written?
That's what I meant. I don't know who put these questions in.
When will we admit that social media is the root cause of so many societal, economic, mental and political issues in this country and globally, and why are we all willfully letting it continue?
So that is a massive area. What are the key problems for you?
It seeps into every single kind of aspect of life, like, not to call you out, but like taking a selfie at the start of this to advertise. You know, it's not an issue, but we're here, enjoy it. Like, I'm a musician, and our music gets...
You do surprise me. I'm shocked by that.
Summarised by how many likes and followers we have on Spotify and Instagram, instead of the value of what we've created. And it's a real shame. And I think we're seeping our willpower to, in a sense, a very small handful of uber-rich people who are just probably
True.
laughing at us, discussing kind of, to them, trivial things like this. And we're all just wasting our time and having our willpower sold to the highest bidder.
Okay, so look, we've got 5 minutes, so you're all going to have to be really brief. And this is your brief.
This is true, completely, right? Except in the case of the content put out by myself and No Justice on social media, which is just wall-to-wall bangers.
Absolutely.
All the time.
The
on all
highest
platforms.
quality political commentary you can find.
True.
So I appreciate that's tricky for you, Peter. Alex?
So I 100% agree with you. I think that one of the things that has really become so evident to me post-COVID is how much we are lacking connection in society, and we have a loneliness epidemic. You know, Putnam wrote the infamous Bowling Alone in the 1970s about how people were bowling alone, right? So there was the decline
The
of...
phrase "bowling alone" in a Bradford accent is amazing. Bowling alone.
Bowling alone.
It sounds like one. It sounds like one word. Bowling alone. It sounds like a fart in the bath. Bowling alone.
Youth clubs and scouts and churches and all that stuff, right? Imagine how much worse it is 50 years on. You know, pubs are closing at a rapid rate. Like,
Hang on a
people
minute.
are lonely and they're dying in their house.
So you said at the start, I could totally agree. People are lonely, right? And I'm like, and then you named all of these economic problems,
Yeah.
all of these third spaces that were publicly funded and had that public funding cut,
Yeah.
so that we could bail out banks, for example,
Yeah.
or send money to Ukraine. And now you're out here going, okay, all these economic problems, so the social media is the problem. No, neoliberalism is the problem.
Yeah.
It is the commodification of everything, including our own time. Social media is just the newest facet of the commodification of our own time, because they're literally trying to colonize your time to try and target adverts at you. That's nothing to do with the concept of talking to people on the internet. That's capitalism. That's neoliberalism. That is the only understanding the price of everything and the value of nothing.
Literally, yeah. Also, in terms of loneliness, surely social media is one of the ways in which loneliness can be avoided in quite a lot of cases in a way that it couldn't have been in previous generations.
Quite so, you know, exactly. Talking to people, having interactions is genuinely a good thing to stop you being lonely, right? Imagine how many people would be lonely if they didn't have people to play online gaming with, like the communities they have online, right? That's fine. It is the commodification of the time that is the problem.
Yeah, indeed so. Not that we're commodifying our time or anything like that, but you can give us money.
Subscribe.
For bits and subs and subscriptions. Super chats!
Homes from loneliness, and men are committing suicide at the highest rate, and it's because we're not experiencing that connection.
Okay, the men committing suicide at the higher rate isn't a new thing, though. That hasn't changed in recent times. That's always been the case, as far as we're aware.
Anymore. And so for me, like, I think it should be addressed. Do I think the government should start legislating? I'm not so sure. But the one thing that I would love you to do for me, Peter, after tonight, is we need to ban social media and smartphones in schools for children.
Hang on a minute. Don't most schools already ban mobile phones?
I think so, yeah. That was the problem with the, no offence to her, because, you know, Brianna Jay's parent, mum thing, saying, like, oh, we need to do this.
Esther.
And you're like, and the point was made to her and to the people back in that thing that, like, that it would affect such a tiny number of schools, because they already do this.
Yeah, when I was at school, like secondary school, this is, you know, in the mid-2000s, 20 years ago, we banned phones then as well. Mobile phones were banned 20 years ago. I'm sure that the rules on these things have only become more stringent over time.
Yeah. Now, I've got no problem with them passing a piece of legislation that says ban the phones. Okay, fine. It's not really that big a issue, because, like I say, it's, you know, it's already banned in most schools. But, yeah, okay, do it then. And then when it doesn't make any impact, what then? Like, what's the actual answer here? because you're asking us to do a thing that's already being done.
Yeah, exactly. Also want to say, I respond to a comment in chat. Social media is not your friend. It pushes unhealthy engagement practices, manipulation and invasive personal tracking and advertising. The community side is nice, but nothing new, and it's designed more to shape your narrative now, give you a full sense of vindication by pairing like-minded people. I can understand that. I think it's different based upon the revenue model of whatever website you're using, right? But as you say, it's the personalized tracking, advertising, and unhealthy engagement practices. But that's driven by the desire to target adverts at you.
Yeah.
They want to hyper engage you so they can continue targeting adverts at you, regardless of the social externalities that might cause because of the kind of interactions it will make you have, like contentious interactions, driving conflict online. That drives engagement, right? But that's different when it's happening on a social media app like Twitter or Facebook, where you're interacting with strangers, than it would be if you're on Discord, for example, and it is just a community of like-minded people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not into government meddling, but the reason we need to do that is if you saw a 10-year-old vaping, you would be absolutely appalled, right? Nobody would think that's fine, but yet we see 10-year-olds scrolling like this. And if we want societal change, we have to do what we did with smoking and go, you can't smoke inside anymore. Well, you know what, you can't have your phones anymore. So please, Keir Starmer doesn't seem to think this is a problem. Every single parent I know across the country, and I'm from Bradford and I currently live just down the road, they're all talking about the same thing. We have to do this, and it's so easy, please.
It is something, Peter, I remember when you came on the programme, to begin with, yes, it's talking a few years back now, you were saying you were kind of open-minded about whether or not smartphones should be banned for under 16s, but you've come to the view, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that actually there shouldn't be a ban on them, despite what Alex says.
No, 97% of schools currently do ban social media as well. So the issue isn't whether we just ban the other 3%.
But that's presumably in the classroom, not necessarily in the playground.
No, in the school, no. So they have to sort of take them, they have to put them in pouches and they have to remove. So most schools, I mean, the vast majority do. But I accept the challenge that we have. Already this year, we have forced social media companies and platforms to remove illegal content from their platforms. And we know that things like the horrific sites like suicide sites have now been removed from our country, and some of them have preemptively banned it and put statements out saying, see what happens if you put these laws in. Well, goodbye to them. They're now not available to young people. In July this year, platforms must...
Peter, do you not know what a VPN is?
No, of course they don't. Whenever any politician talks about banning things from the internet, I know they don't know what they're talking about. Because that's not how it works. Because you can get a VPN very easily using the code from every YouTuber in the fucking world who gets sponsored by them. You can pretend to be from anywhere in the world and access anything. And on the dark web, I'm told you can access even worse fucking shit.
And this guy is the Science and Technology Minister.
Well, we haven't moved far beyond the American guy, if you remember, from the 2000s, who tried to describe the internet as a series of tubes. Like, we're not... Honestly, it's still just a bunch of fucking boomers or, like, Gen X people who don't understand this technology, because they didn't grow up with any of this technology. They have no idea what it is, and they don't seem to be listening to the experts, because the experts would tell them that just trying to ban this doesn't work. It's the same... the old thing about you have to start from a position of reality to get public policy possibly correct. So, with the AIDS pandemic, you can't just say, stop shagging, because people are not going to stop shagging. You have to actually have reality as your base point, and then construct a social public policy on that basis to get to whatever goal you want. And just saying we're going to ban this from the internet, no, you're not. You're just not.
And again, what's so frustrating is patient zero for a lot of the problems with social media. Of course, it's the incentive structure that capitalism requires of these companies, you know. But given how much of a market share Meta, Twitter, TikTok, all of these companies have over the social media space, right, it actually wouldn't be too difficult to just force these people to have less shitty algorithms.
Yeah.
That would be a legislation you can do. Rather than just banning them, because people can just access them anyway through VPNs, you have to go to source and change the material itself. And they just don't seem to want to do that, because that will involve, again, the difficult decision of pushing back against wealthy people with vested interests, whereas that's much harder than, you know, just going, oh, we'll just ban some stuff and then forget how VPNs work.
Yeah, the only way you ban it is by taking down all satellites. That's literally it. and then stopping any other new satellites getting up there. Like, that's literally the only way you're going to do it, which is obviously impractical and stupid and not going to happen. So, yeah, like you say, you have to tell Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and all these fucking pricks, the new aristocracy of the world, that they have to do X, Y, and Z. And if they don't, we're going to terms of service them. And they might change at that point. But just trying to say, oh, we're going to ban the suicide sites. No, you're fucking not. And also, even if you do, like, you can go onto Twitter right now and see exploded Palestinian kids. Like, that's just the thing that you're aiding and abetting and supporting right now. You think that that's having an okay impact on the mental health of young people? Or even older people?
Anyone.
Yeah.
Make sure that all content delivered is age appropriate. So that will be a big step forward. Now, I'm looking very carefully about the next steps in this, because I've not been able to do anything because of the current law I inherited had to be implemented before I can come forward with my proposals. And I've been thinking very carefully, and the issues that Alex and yourself have talked about are front and centre. It is about children and the addictive nature of some of this, and my starting point is, what is a great childhood online? We talk about what a good childhood is offline, in families and communities. What does that mean in the 21st century, in the 2020s and 30s ahead for a young person? And that's what I'm looking very carefully at, and I can't...
Cleaning a shitty arse for the rest of their life, earning minimum wage, and then going home to their Palantir fucking home pod. Because you don't get a house anymore, you just get like one of those Japanese pod rooms. That's
Everything is pods now, including the trains, replaced with pods.
Exactly. Oh, the Hyperloop thing. Fucking, what a joke. Honestly, Elon Musk deserves to be terms of service immediately.
Wait to start talking a bit more detail about it.
Peter, I'm sorry I can't give you longer, because I know this is obviously something... No, because something else... It's
I'm actually happy that he stopped speaking. That's fine.
I'm really glad you social shamed me, Richard. I am really concerned about social media and young...
I think that was catty. I don't think she was being as nice. I think she was like, you prick. Like, I was just taking a picture. The fuck? Put me on blast, you wanker.
People, I think they're really important. It sounds boring, technical questions about how we protect them, because, you know, there's a lot of talk about age verification, for example. It's quite difficult to do that in a way that is also conducive to privacy for all users. I'm sure...
And VPN. Like, it doesn't matter. If a 5-year-old can operate a VPN, your fucking safeguards are gone.
Or there are ways that we can do it there, and I'm sure that that's what Peter's looking at. So, yes...
Like, literally, the fucking... Was it... I forget which... Mississippi or something? Who banned, briefly, Pornhub. And then, literally, what happened was, like, a 10,000-fold increase in the searches for VPN.
Yeah, literally, NordVPN, let's go.
Because they literally went, well, I still want to access my pornography, thank you very much. And they did.
Favour of it. I think we just have to work out the technical details.
Yeah, Kemi, we are in favour of banning phones at schools for under 16s, in particular, because we know how dangerous it is. The schools want it, the parents want it.
You're never going to be in government ever again, so no one cares. You're an irrelevance.
Lots of people are suggesting. Also, in terms of the age at which people go online to some of the social media platforms as well, we need to change that. Look, the reality is, though, whilst the platforms and the algorithms can be bad, it's human beings, it's people who behave terribly online, and we need to call them to account as well.
And many of them are your backbenchers, yeah, we know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Why invite this prick? Just invite a Monster Raving Loony party, at least it'd be fun.
Well, because there is an element of personal responsibility here, parental responsibility, community responsibility, but...
Yeah, don't like your mental health collapsing online, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
At the end of the day, you know, you are right, we are responsible as governments, as legislators, to make sure we put legislation in place, and I do think things like looking at when we ban social media accounts, when we ban phones at schools, we've got to take that responsibility as well.
Richard, you've got about 10 seconds. What do you think of what you've heard?
I think it is personal responsibility when phone addiction is a clinically diagnosed problem. It's the same with smoking. Like, we used to have the brightest minds in the world inventing, I don't know, new technologies, and now they are all plugged in Silicon Valley in trying to work out how to keep us on our phones for longer. Like, that is not, it's not just an issue for children. It's completely pervasive.
You're right, adults
like,
as well.
political division has completely gone out of control. Self-harm, all these issues. It's, the correlation is almost like linear.
She said 10 seconds, you prick. Just wrap it the fuck up.
And also, just in general, it's just frustrating to, again, try and blame everything on just, well, the internet bad, phone bad, Black Mirror, woo. I'm like, no. Like, there are so many kind of myriad problems with our society that have been caused by alienation and the problems of the stripping back of the public realm and the lack of community and treating everything like a market. And I'm just like, but what if too much phone is just such a stupid, simple answer, an oversimplified answer to incredibly complex problem?
Indeed. No, it's not an existential despair because you have absolutely no future. No, it's the phone. Phone bad.
Well, hey, we hear you, Richard. I'm sorry we couldn't spend longer on it. It's an excellent question. That's it from us. We have run out of time. In fact, we're slightly over time. So thank you.
Fuck for that. Get wrecked. Jesus.
Absolutely.
What a fucking waste of time. Hopefully you enjoyed the show, everybody.
Thank you for the subscription, Papa Click. Appreciate it. Prime sub.
Yes, who shall I go over to on the YouTube?
Go to the Surfs or Lux Progressive.
I'm easy either way. Don't mind.
Let's see what they're covering. See if there's anything worth looking at. Let's go into Lux Progressive because we go into the Surfs very often.
Yeah, fair enough. There you go. Go and say hello to Lux Progressive, and I will see you all tomorrow with Christy.
Yes, I will. I probably will do because I didn't stream on Monday. They didn't say I wouldn't stream, and then didn't stream. Probably do an afternoon stream, and then probably raid into you and Christy.
Cool. Okay. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all the platforms.
And you'll follow KFLogan1875 on all platforms as well.
Indeed. Thank you all for watching, and as always,
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Bye.